A pleasant good morning. A pleasant good morning and welcome to day 2 of our cyber and data protection workshop for the educators. Hold on, okay, before we continue.
Recording in progress.
A pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of our cyber and data protection workshop for educators. It is our pleasure to be moving into the second day of these proceedings. And as persons join on Zoom, let me say a special welcome to all persons who are here in the flesh, yes, and with us at LT50, the shared facility, as we participate in the second day of the event. A pleasant good morning to you all. We had a wonderful day yesterday, March 20. It was the session that actually...
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. So we have to make sure the recording is still in progress. You just to say your co-host here. All right, so as everyone joins, I'm just going to move over to starting the proceeding, but I'm just doing a quick bit of housekeeping.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
So, a pleasant good morning and again to everyone. And as we are about to begin the proceeding for day 2, what obtains is that we are going to move into a full day of the cybercrime provision. I'm Sean Thorpe, your host here at the University of Technology, Jamaica. For those who were with us yesterday, welcome back. For those who are here for the first time, for the second day, a pleasant welcome to you. We have had to be improvising over the last day and a half, but what obtains is that JPS power supplies are coming back to the various areas in our main halls on the campus. So bear with us as we go through, and we should be having a full day of activity. Now, changing the protocol a little bit, this morning we have Trevor Forrest, who will kick off the session with the deep dive of the Cybercrime Act. And he's no stranger to the university community. He's a seasoned practitioner. He has served as a special advisor for government offices and to ministers of government. He has been our graduate advisory board chair here at UTech. He has a long list of achievements. I don't need to really get into that today, but I'm going to at this point ask our special guest, Mr. Forrest, to kick off the first session of the morning on the Cybercrime Act. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Thorpe. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen with everyone here. I hope you'll be able to see it. All right, so let me just ask for those who are on the Zoom session, if you are seeing my screen, just you can go ahead and raise your hand. If not, just put something in the chat, and we'll try to get it sorted out. All right, great. So for those of you who were here yesterday, we had some discussions on data protection, the responsibility that is going to be bestowed on educational institutions and also teachers as it relates to the data protection legislation, which will come into effect this year. This morning, we're going to talk about the Cybercrimes Act and the impact that that act will have on teachers, school administrators, school boards, etc. Now, this act has been around for some time. It was promulgated in 2010. It was reviewed in 2015. And it is now being reviewed again. So this will be the second iteration of review for that piece of legislation. Now, many people are not aware of what is contemplated in that legislation. In fact, many people go around violating provisions in that legislation and don't know. But it's until it or they are taken to court that they find out what the laws surrounding cybercrimes are about. So what I'm looking to do today is to shed some light on what the access, specifically with attention to educational institutions, all right, will impact educational institutions. The more you move digital, the more you are required to use digital technologies in the furtherance of teaching. And as you know, e-learning, as a partner in this event, is strongly promoting use of technology, digital technologies in teaching. So what we want to have you become aware of is things that you need to pay attention to around this act, all right? So to start, let me just talk really quickly about what I do and my company does. We, among other things, we do data and information security, business process optimization, web application development, and a whole host of document management and digital signature solutions, right? We help our clients to get to levels of compliance and also to make sure that their environments are safe and secure, because cyber attacks and threats are getting more prevalent over the past number of years. And what you're going to find out in this presentation is that schools are one of the most targeted areas. The educational sector is very high on the list of targeted areas as it relates to cyber attacks, and we will talk about why that is. So let me kind of put things in the context first, right? We right now function in what's called a hybrid. Everybody uses technology. You have your, laptops, your tablets, your mobile phones, and all of these devices are connected. All of these devices have various bits of data about you on them, all different types of data about the things that you do. And because of that, what you find is that there's a lot of information about you and about what you do stored on these various devices. So when we're talking about on your laptop, you may have personal files, you may have files for business, you may have files for the work you do with your students and so on. All these things are stored there. But in addition to that, on your devices, all of your habits when you go online, all the places you have visited, messages you may have sent, when you move to your mobile devices, your phone calls, your contact list, places that you've been, because if you have location services on your phone, it can tell you in startling detail where you have been, how long you've been there for, and when was the last time you went there. So it stores quite a bit of information about you. We're walking around with many treasure troves of data, many data centers. And I mean, if you think about what you walk around with on your person so far as storage of data is concerned. 25 years ago, entire data centers didn't have that much storage, but now we're walking around with it in our pocket, right? So there's a lot of information that's stored on these devices. Well, that's one thing, but these devices are also connected to the internet. And because they're connected to the internet, the information on those devices is connected to the internet. And no, if not properly protected, these bits of information, which is very valuable, very personal, very secure in many instances, now becomes valuable, which is why you hear terms like data is a new oil, it's a new currency. And another notorious phrase you hear is that you have now become a product. What does that mean? The fact that there is information on these devices about you that is valuable. What that means is that that information can be sold. If we can get that information, it can then be sold. What that then means is, hello, your information is valuable, you are valuable, so now you become a product to people who want that information. But what does that do? What does that create? It creates a new opportunity. It creates an opportunity for a new sort of crime. A new sort of criminal. Yeah. And what that means is that now you have to be more vigilant. Because a lot of stuff you used to take for granted before, you simply can't do that. So, what's the value of this information? Last year, the value of cybercrime and that data that is now accessible on the internet is about $6 trillion. I put this diagram up here just to show you and to contextualize what that means. We're talking about, and this is in US dollars, by the way, you're talking about $11 million every month, 500 billion US dollars a month. That's the value of this realm that is called the cybercrime, right? Okay, 6 trillion. In 2025, that number is expected to be 10 trillion. Okay, no biggie. But let me put that into further context for you. When you look at all of the transnational crime globally, right? When you look at drug trafficking, when you look at human trafficking, all those different crimes, if you look at the top 10 and add up their value, right? It doesn't even come close to the value of cybercrime. So the total value of transnational crime is about $2 trillion total. Cybercrime is 6 this year, 10 in 2025, 10 trillion. Cybercrime is good business. It's even more valuable business than drug trafficking. Think about that for a second. That's how valuable your data is. That's how valuable data is. Right? And the thing about cybercrime is the logistics behind committing a cybercrime is nothing compared to drug trafficking. You need people, you need equipment, you need arms, you need all sorts of things in the furtherance of drug trafficking. Cybercrime, I need a computer network connection and somewhere comfortably sit down to perpetrate that crime. It's a good investment for what I can get. That's the value of the data that is out there. So, let me put this further into context. I'm going to ask this audience, is anybody who has a guess as to what the cost of cybercrime to Jamaica is? I'll ask the crowd here because it might be a little challenging for the Zoom people. But anybody want to try guess? Anyone? No? No? Jamaican? Yeah, that's a good try. Anybody else? He said 300 million Jamaican. Anybody else? A billion Jamaican. All right. Anyone else? 5 billion Jamaican. All right. So I remember I did a presentation at the Kevin about this very thing. And when the figure came up, the attitude of everybody in that meeting changed. That's what cybercrime cost Jamaica. And that's a 2016 number. 100 million US dollars. How accurate is it? This number represents only reported crimes. Reported crimes. And we know that there are people who, and entities who don't report some of these crimes. So one of the things that you again have to be mindful of is Jamaica small little island, they have business about we nobody that try to steal information from us. No, this is not so. We are just as big a target as anyone. You know why? Because we're an easy target and we still have valuable information. So this is something that is important for you to understand. We have valuable data too. So don't for a second feel that, oh, because we're a small island, third world, and you're like a school, nobody not paying attention to it. No, this is not the case. You have valuable information, and because you have valuable information, it makes you a target. What are some of the things that they go after? Financial information for tertiary institutions, research and development, and intellectual property. Stuff. Passwords, student information, student results, address information for parents, your participation in activities at school or outside. Yeah, so why is that important? We'll get into it shortly. And these crimes are perpetrated in a variety of different ways. Some of you may be very familiar with them. One of them is phishing, the most popular one, where you might get some emails purporting to be from people that you know, banking institutions, and so on. It varies. The popular ones are the ones that treat with money, because everybody loses their mind once they get an email saying that their money has been stolen. And suddenly you lose all reason and you function not so, you panic, right? So what happens there is when all of these kinds of things happen, the criminals get what they're going after. Now you said, well, what does that have to do with schools? Well, if you start with tertiary institutions and come down, tertiary institutions teach people how to do this stuff. They don't call it cybercrime or hacking. They call it coding. Right? But it teaches them how to do this. You go down to high schools, they have IT classes. And they teach students how to use computers. And the thing about that, in this day and age is anything I want to know, I can go on the internet, I can go on YouTube and find out how to do it. As long as I have an internet connection and knowledge of how to use a computer. The things I can do as a teenager will baffle you. Right? So the threats and the possibility of the threats are real. They're very real. Right? Now the thing about it is, again, we normally are of the view that this stuff isn't going to affect us. We are in school. The kids, they have other things worrying them. They want to play a game, all of that stuff. Yeah, some of them do. But some of them, through playing games and through their interactions online, start to see opportunities. Start to see interesting ways in which, I wonder if I could connect to the school's network and change my grades. Or maybe, if I wanted to get information about a classmate, back into the school's information system and get that. And that's coming from inside. Because a lot of times, schools and organizations protect attacks coming from the outside. And they don't pay attention to the ones happening on their network, on the inside. So you give access to students to the legitimate work, right? Well, you're not looking for them to be doing this kind of activity. So you have to be mindful of these things in the environment in which we live. And because you have to be mindful now, when it's time to impose and enforce and beat them up with all the consequences of their actions, you have to do so in the context of law. And that is why we're doing this, because you need to understand what constitutes a legal, illegal action in the eyes of the law. And what you will see as we go through the provisions of the law is the law itself has no contemplation of age. This law, it is governed by other laws, but the Cybercrimes Act, nowhere in it does it speak to an age restriction. That age restriction is handled by other laws, but it speaks a lot to actions and acts that anyone with the capability to perpetrate those acts can do. So what I want to do now is just to create a small definition difference between cybercrime and cybersecurity, because we tend to mash the two of them together. But I just wanted to clarify for the audience that there is a difference between the crime and the action to prevent it, which is really what it amounts to. So cyber crimes is where you use a computer on a network to harm, either directly or indirectly, an individual, private institution, a public institution, in order to get some gain of some sort, right? The security that you hear most people talk about, cybersecurity, is the methods that you use to protect against the furtherance of the crime act, right? So you are protecting yourself against people who see the value of the data that you have and they're trying to get at it. That's a security component. What the crime part does is define the rules that law enforcement can adopt and use to catch the people who are doing these things and to penalize them. All right? So that's a sort of difference between the two. All right? We typically put cyber crimes into three categories. Crimes against a person, crimes against an organization or property, and then of course, crimes against a government. And these come in various forms. You will see against a person, stalking, bullying, identity theft, email, threats, fraud in various ways, internet or financial or so on. In school, you might have child grooming, child pornography, things thing called revenge porn. And then, you know, we can have discussions about all these fancy terms in a little bit. Things like phishing. These things happen in real life, and the age limit doesn't exist as it relates to this. So when you talk about human trafficking, and when you talk about child grooming, stalking, pornography, and that kind of stuff, this happens to kids as young as those in primary school. It's a real thing. It's the real thing in the United States. It's a real thing here. Okay. When we talk about cyber crimes against properties, and we're talking about, you know, hitting institutions, public and private institutions, where again you're attacking universities, you're attacking private sector organizations, banks, hospitals, insurance companies, those. And what you see there popping up a lot is things like ransomware, denial of service attacks, what they call cyber vandalism, where, you know, somebody might put deface an entity's website. Copyright infringement, you know, cyber espionage, where they're stealing valuable information from organizations and so on. You also might find situations where you know, malicious actors, you know, spread viruses to prevent organizations from going through their daily business. And when that happens, the organizations lose money, right? So that's what happens when you have crimes against properties or institutions. And then you have the last one, which is crimes against governments. Again, we see espionage. We see terms like cyber terrorism, where attacks are very deliberate against national assets. So you're talking about JPS here. One of the things that escapes many is as critical assets get more digitized, they become targets. Now, it's one thing when, and I will use JPS as an example since they are targets since yesterday. So one thing to be able to point on a transformer and say, well, the reason why half of Kingston is out insofar as light is because that transformer blew and this facility had problems. You can point on that and say, this is where the problem is, and we're going to go there and fix it. We're going to send some trucks and some people, and we're going to fix that problem. Yeah, so when somebody takes over the systems of a JPS, National Water Commission, a digital flow, he can point to where the problem is because it's concealed in malware, it's concealed in code. Somebody's going to tell you, say, yeah, you know, we see the transformer, we're going to take about 2 hours to fix that. Yeah, it doesn't happen that way when we talk about code. When we talk about malware, the whole process takes a lot longer. So what we're talking about now is a prolonged period of time where service is no longer available. This applies not only to organizations like that, but to your school. So consider a situation where your school, which depends heavily on internet connectivity for a variety of functions, can no longer access the internet, or can no longer access the student information system, or can no longer access the accounting system. All of these kinds of things are real things that can happen. And because of that, productivity is lost, operations are disrupted, and so on. There's a cost associated with all of these things. So you find that, again, what the cyber criminals are trying to do is they're trying to attack various aspects of your operation. And as such, you need to implement different forms of protections. And that's where the cybersecurity component comes in. And again, to keep it kind of simple, we break that down into 3 areas: your application security, your network security, and as of late, security in the cloud, if that's where you have the applications. Right? How does all of this? How does all of this affect an educational institution? That's a big question. That's what we're here to talk about, right? How does cybercrime impact educational institutions? What are the things you have to consider when you now start realizing the importance of this particular monster, right? So let me start it this way. Every time I show this slide, people are going to shock. So I'm going to ask this question. This slide speaks to the average weekly attacks per organization by industry. So let's consider the financial industry, healthcare, insurance, government, manufacturing, of course, education. Which industry do you think would top this list? And that's for those who have seen this slide before, they will try answering. But on a serious note, which industry do you think would top this list? Banking and finance. Yeah, that would be my guess. And the next, education. Government, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. Wow. And it's not like it close. Yeah. Education and research is by far on a weekly basis the most targeted of all these industries. So people say, no, that can't be. Well, yes, it is. The question is why? Right? The question is why. Why is this the case? I spoke to some of it before. Educational institutions are easy targets. So this guy, let me clear this here. In 2017, a Russian hacker was call sign was Rasputin. He was able to sell malware that rendered 60 plus universities and federal agencies useless. They could not function. 60. Now I put the list and their location. You see some of the universities and this is, yeah, Cornell, NYU, right? You're looking at some major universities and University of North Carolina. That's where the technology trend is. These universities were severely disrupted. One guy. Yeah. The losses incurred here, billions. One guy. Don't think that your school, because of its size, is not a target. Size has nothing to do with the value of the data that you possess. Because if you do a cursory check of the data that sits on your little smartphone, right? The value of that data far surpasses the cost of that smartphone. Think about that for a second. Yeah? So, some statistics. In 2020, and these statistics are from 2021, there was a 75% increase in cyber attacks on educational institutions. That's why that number went up. Because traditionally people are like, oh, banks got smart and they have money, so they invested in protecting. Schools didn't. That's why that number went up. Because the attackers say, oh, well, you're notoriously lazy. We say, yeah, why go after the house with the security system, the burglar alarms, and holy for dog? This house over here, not even have a fence. Go after that one. Don't thief out everything out of there. It's easier. That's what prevails in schools. Schools are ranked number 2 globally in ransomware attacks. And schools in Jamaica have had their fair share. We have seen in the news last year where NCU was targeted. It happens here. It happens in Jamaica. And as you can see, the education sector was ranked the least secure and the most vulnerable. And this is globally. And if you want to extrapolate from the fact that this applies to the US and Europe, well, think about what that means for Jamaica and the Caribbean region. So we're talking about a real serious situation. 30% of users in the education sector fall prey to different types of attacks. Higher education, cybersecurity incidents have increased. We found that just overall activity targeting the education sector has gone up. And your targets, easy ones, I should add. This is something that you must be aware of and you have to take it seriously. So earlier, we're saying, well, what school have that these people that want? It was only school to teach people. There's a list of some of the things that, organizations that are into, peddling data that they've acquired in an illegal way are interested in. Well, look at this list. TRNs, phone numbers, addresses, intellectual property, info about family members, and so on. This is extremely valuable. This page alone is extremely valuable. And you say, why? Each one by itself may not be valuable. Well, okay. But if I took this info and then I went and cross-referenced that with info that you freely give away on social media, and I create a fairly detailed profile about you, here's what I can do. I can call your bank. And I'm sure when you call the bank, they'll ask you who want them so to verify and validate that it's you, right? Yeah. But if I have that, then I can become you. And what that means is, I get your money. Now, if I'm a savvy cyber criminal, I cast a wide net and try this on about 100,000 people. I need about 10 to come back positive for me. I'm rich. You see how easy that is? Because I'm getting this. And I'm getting that from a student information system that's not protected in a school. You know, it's even more shocking. Yeah, 15-year-old attended this. The most notorious. Yo, looks, how old was Kevin Mitnick when he got caught? Not even really reached 20. Yeah. So one of the most notorious hackers the world has ever seen. The Godfather hacking. That guy got caught. He never even turned 20 yet. He was about 17, 18. That was about 30 years ago. 15-year-old candidates. This is no joke, people. It's a real thing. So, what does that mean? Well, because schools are unprotected, you're very broad and wide and big, what we call attack surface. Because schools, if you think about the organization as a business, you have a lot of employees and clients. Yeah. School has what, 500 students, clients, maybe 100 employees, that rivals some medium-sized businesses in this country. We don't look at it like that. We have schools with thousands of, think about it, thousands of students and hundreds of teachers. It's a big business with a lot of information. And that's a lot of information to target and likewise protect. So the systems that you have all this information on must be protected, right? So it is in this context that you now have to start paying attention to, okay, we need to protect our stuff, but what happens when we discover that there are people in our business perpetrating acts that cause our schools not to function and so on? That is where the Cyber Crimes Act comes in. Because what that does is it creates that legislative framework that allows for rules to be created and penalties to be enforced, right? So what we're talking about here is because on the internet, when you function on the internet, people don't know who you are, or you can make it so. Law in the form of cybercrimes legislation creates that framework, creates those rules that govern how people are to function in these spaces. Because if you don't have those rules, it's a free-for-all. That's why road traffic mash up taxi man, because now the rules are clear, and so are the penalties, right? So it allows for rules to be created. It allows for law enforcement to enforce. It serves to protect you and give you recourse as a person or a business when something happens to you. Yeah, and it ensures that there is overall good governance and etiquette when we are functioning in this grand space called the internet or cyberspace. That's what the Act is there to do. That's why it is so important, because we need to have guidelines and rules and, of course, penalties when you break those rules, right? Because we don't do a good job of self-governing. So what I want to talk about now is I'm going to go through really quickly some of what I thought would be some of the more important clauses in the current legislation. Now, I just want to say that the Joint Select Committee, as I said before, the 2015 Act is being reviewed now. And, we're lucky because we have Senator Natalie Campbell Rodriguez here. She's on that Joint Select Committee. She will come talk with us in a little while. And they're reviewing that legislation. This is the second review of that legislation. But what I want to do is I want to go through some of the clauses, some of the ones that I think are key for education, institution and management and the teachers to be aware of. There are about 6 of them that I thought were important. The Act covers a lot more. And there's one that's an all-time favorite. It is perhaps one of the most controversial. Is it still controversial? Yes, it's the most controversial clause in this Act. Every time you tell people about it, they're like, what? No, what does that mean? What does that mean? So we're going to get to that shortly. So the first one I want to look at was clause 3, which is unauthorized access to a computer program or data. And I'm kind of going through this quickly because I don't want to get into the whole heap of legalese and so on, but things like computer and data are defined, a specific definition of what a computer is and what data is in the Act. I won't go through those, but what it says here is a person who knowingly obtains for himself or another person any unauthorized access, and they do define what unauthorized means as well, to any program or data held in a computer commits an offense. So, if I never give you permission to go and access some data, offense. That's the first thing. Now, whether or not you're prosecuted or the court has to reach a particular threshold, but this is where it starts. So if you knowingly go try to get information off of somebody else's computer or some other company's computer without permission, you create an offense. Now, we have people who walk in and out of businesses and then copy files onto jump drives and walk out. Nobody tell them, say they couldn't do that. So I was saying earlier, people violate this act all the time. They don't know. It's not until we've reached the doorstep and police come knocking and say, yeah, come with us. Central, and they're like, oh, what are you talking about? And then they cite clauses, and then when did that happen? So when you have kids in school jumping on their friends' computers and stealing homework, I never tell them to do that, but I thought it would be a cute thing to do. And it says a person, whether you are 21 or 15, is a person, right? So this is the first one. So this is where it starts. Now, penalties. If you're convicted of this kind of stuff, right? Penalties are, depending on which court you're in, the penalties can range from 3 to 15 years in prison, depending on how serious it is and which judge you get. Or the fines are between $3 to $5 million. Again, depends on which court, circuit court or in court different. But those are the fines. You notice a trend with these fines. Okay? So that's clause 3. Let's see what clause 4 has to say. So that's the next one. Yeah? Clause 4 speaks to access with intent to commit or facilitate the commission of an offense. So what I'm saying is, I'm doing this because what it's going to give me is the ability to go and commit a crime. And keyword there is intent, and legal luminaries can argue about this. But what the act says is a person commits an offense if that person accesses any program or data held on a computer with the intent. And that's the part that has to be proven in court. Because what I have up here may not be what you think I meant to do. But intent, right? Interesting way to define. Intent to commit an offense punishable by imprisonment or so on. Or to facilitate the commission of an offense that will cause imprisonment and so on, right? So if I went and because I wanted to go and steal money out of your bank account, I go on your computer and get your personal information. Not only did I go on the computer and get information without the permission, last week, but then I'm going to take that and give you and take your money out of your bank. Clause 4. Wow. You see how this thing is I don't know. But what's even more interesting, and I kind of highlight, is it doesn't matter if that access that we're talking to there is with or without authorization. That's interesting, that one. It don't matter if you got permission to do that. If you do it with the intent of committing another problem. It also says that the offense, it doesn't matter if the offense is committed at the same time you got access or at later. So what tends to happen in real life? Information is stolen today. So you might hear a financial institution or an insurance company or some other company had a data breach. Nothing happens. And those people sit down for months on that information. And when everybody gets calm and relaxed and everything is good, then they start to use it. Why? People, like 90% of the people never change their password. 6 months gone after the breach. Let's see what turns up. I got a whole bunch of student information last year, but I feel like I want to disrupt PEP this year because that's when my child is taking PEP. So I want to disrupt the whole PEP thing this year. I get the whole year. These are the kind of things that you have to contemplate, which is why this kind of stuff is important. As you can see, fines and penalties, $45 million, 4 to 15 years in jail, depending again on how this stuff is, which court it's carried out in and so on, and how good your legal team is. Clause 5, unauthorized modification of computer program data. So one of the things that you find happening here is there are many ways to disrupt normal operations, right? One of them is to cause the software that you use to stop working. This one here speaks to that. A person who does any act which that person knows, and this is an important thing, if they know what it's going to do. But sometimes people are doing things and it is not immediately apparent to them that it's going to cause a problem. But if you're doing it with the knowledge that it is going to create a problem, and it is likely to cause unauthorized modification of the contents of a computer, that's an offense. Again, there's a lot stored in this sentence, right? A lot. But again, these are some of the things that you have to be aware of. If somebody is going to, and let me give you a story. There used to be a IT manager at a university, pretty large university abroad, and we were in charge. We had about 20 computer labs. There was one in particular that there was a student. One day, we noticed that every computer in that lab was stuck on the reboot screen. Everyone. There's about 25 computers in the lab. And what we found was someone, and we kind of knew who it was, but someone had come and formatted all the machines in that lab. Right? Which meant you removed all the applications in the operating system. Luckily for us, we had systems that could, restore that quickly. But it turns out the reason why he did that was he had a test that morning. And he came in, and our labs were 24/7. He came in like about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, did that. And because he wanted to disrupt the class and he didn't want to test, he did that. Like I said, we knew who did it, mischievous guy. So we quickly restored all the machines. He didn't know that we could do that we had that capacity. And I know personally, myself and my colleague, we sat in the lab that morning and we wanted to see the reaction on his face when he walked in. And there he is strolling in down the hall, quite smug. And he opens the door and he stops because everybody's sitting down in front of the computer. The computer is working on himself. Yeah, this is not part of the plan. And we're there looking at him and we're like, yep, that's him. So then, after the test, he comes out and says, hey guys, I heard that you had some problems in your the computers and so on. Oh, like what happened? We're like, no. Instead of the snafu, when we started it up, yeah, so how do you do that? Don't worry about it. About a year later, while still at that university, he got arrested because of activities like this, and he was also stealing equipment, selling them online from his dorm room. This kind of stuff happens, right? So here again, these are the kinds of things that you may face with increasing frequency in schools. It's important to know that there are laws that protect against this kind of thing, right? Let's talk about clause 6, interception of computer function or services. And again, there's a lot in this statement where from time to time, you may prevent critical activities from occurring. You may also interfere with communications that were not meant for you, or people may interfere with communications that were not meant for them. So you send an email that is supposed to be confidential to a colleague or to a parent, and before it gets to the parent, an enterprising student intercepts it so it doesn't reach, or these more clever changes what was sent and then sends it on. They do that because a lot of organizations don't use digital signing and encryption on their emails. They just use Gmail and send it off and pray God that it reach intact. These things can happen. Think about this. Interception of computer function also means interception of phone calls, text messages, and so on. Because again, the definition of what a computer is includes mobile devices and tablets and so on. So these kinds of things where a person commits offense if they secure and authorize access to a computer for the purpose of obtaining information, indirectly or directly, or if they do that without authorization, they're intercepting it. So somebody takes somebody's phone. They don't know that it was stolen. And then they sit there and they're looking at text messages and then responding to text messages as if they're the person who owns the phone. Mystery, right? These kinds of behaviors now become a little more serious. Because now what I can do is I can steal somebody's phone, perpetrate like I'm them, say, hey, come meet at this location, suddenly you have an another alert. Crime. And these things are perpetrated against everybody, no matter what age is. This is why knowledge of these things are important, because the actions too are what you have to guard against as school administrators, teachers, etc. Again, fines 3 to 15 years, $3 to $5 million. Clause 7. So you're seeing now that this act is very comprehensive in what it covers, because I'm not covering all of the clauses in here, just the ones that I think are important for school administrators and so on. But here we have unauthorized obstruction of operation of a computer. So if somebody does something that disrupts the network, causes computers to stop working, this kind of thing, degrade or cause interruptions or failure. Because I mean, that can happen again in high school or university. Right? We just decided, okay, you know what, we're going to cause the data center UTech to stop working one day. Or internet. Yeah? These kinds of things constitute an offense. Yeah? Again, 3 to 15 years in prison, $3 to $5 million worth of fines. So this one here now, I contemplated it. I want to include this one, but I put it in here because one of the things that this is kind of fuzzy sometimes is people's understanding of fraud and forgery. So this one says a person commits an offense if that person fraudulently, with intent to procure an advantage for himself or another person, causes loss of property to another person, or if access to that computer alters, deletes, or suppresses any data with intention of that data, this is where the lawyers and the legalese will mash up here, because you go to school and they say never write a sentence so long with all these comments and such. But here it is. With the intention that the data after such input, alteration, deletion, or suppression, whether or not that data is readable or intelligible, be considered or acted upon as if that data were the original data. All right. So here's the thing. If, let me kind of start about the top. With the intent to procure an advantage for himself or another person, causes loss of property to another person by any input alteration. All right. I'm taking a test on a computer on the network. And because I am to submit that test or that exam or whatever digitally, and I'm creating a scenario for it. I've seen it happen because these kinds of things happen a lot in universities in the United States. Taking an exam, have to submit my assignment digitally. And I know that the teacher grades on a curve. So depending on what the overall average of the class is, that determines what my actual grade is, right? But then you have some people that they used to, at least they call them curve smashers. Say about 15, 20 people in our class, they have two for them intellect. Okay, so they will cause the curve to shift in an unfavorable way for me, right? So here's what we decide we're going to do. We are going to make sure that their submission don't reach. Because if their submission don't reach, then all of us who are average people suddenly now become more than average people. Because our average, based on the curve, is higher. That's a scenario there where I'm creating an advantage for myself or somebody else. Yeah. These things happen in schools. You may not know because sometimes, why didn't you say? But I did submit it. Well, we didn't get it. Oh, sucks to be you. The curve is now this. These things happen. If you get, 5, 6 students to perpetrate that, it happens and you don't know. Yeah, pretty interesting, right? But these things can happen. The point here is that kind of activity constitutes an offense. I mean, I can speak to more complex variations of this outside of and inside of education, but again, understand that when you see these kinds of things happening, especially when you're working with computers and you're sending emails and people are submitting their assignments and their tests online and all that kind of stuff. Offense. Okay, so the next one is the one that sparks the most discussion, right? The infamous clause 9. Now, from the inception of this act in 2010, this clause has always been controversial. It has been modified and changed and massaged and always been a controversial clause. In fact, I am aware of people who have won court cases on account of this thing in civil court. But this one says, and it speaks to the use of computer for malicious communication, and this one broad. A person commits an offense if that person, and I'm going to read this one out, right? Uses a computer to send to another person any data, whether malicious or otherwise, that is obscene, constitutes a threat, or is menacing in nature, and intends to cause or is reckless as to whether the sending of the data causes annoyance, inconvenience, distress, or anxiety to that person or any other person. Right? No, you can't go forward after. Right? Oh. But it gets better. Because you want to read this again, right? But it gets better. It doesn't matter if the actual recipient of the data is or is not the person to whom the offender intended to send the data. It's like a lot of quiet in here, and the faces and the expressions are priceless. Yeah, let me read this one again. A person commits an offense if that person uses a computer, mobile phone, tablet, laptop, desktop, to send to another person any data, email, text message, social media posts, phone call, data, whether malicious or otherwise, that is obscene, because God would send pornographic images, tell about the mother, tell about the father, tell about the family, all of these things, constitutes a threat. Which the DPP has some interesting guidelines and codes to apply. It's very interesting to read. Or is menacing in nature. Yes, that's a lot. Holy. But intends to cause annoyance, inconvenience, distress, anxiety. This happens on social media every day. Every day. Right? Every day. No. There are some thresholds that are applied to determine if this thing is something that you will take all the way to prosecution. But it's an offense. Kids do this all the time. If somebody decides to challenge it, then it becomes a problem. Senator Campbell Rodriguez will tell us in a little while what the contemplations behind this wonderful cause have been and how that has made its way through Joint Select for the second time as it relates to this act. But this thing, there was a case where a young lady was actually remanded because she made some statements on social media. The person she made them against didn't take too kindly to her court. Was awarded $15 million, multiple counts. And you know the fines, 4 or 5, multiple counts of this thing. Yeah, real thing. Real thing. So these things are not a joke. They are real. There are things you need to be aware of when you're functioning in the educational space, because your administrators, your faculty, staff, and even your students are capable of committing these offenses. They all are. In fact, many of them do that. I wanted to highlight those things for you. And then in concluding, just to kind of go over some of the things though that schools need to do to manage the impact that this sort of legislation will have. So one of the things you want to avoid as a school, and you want to put in the necessary protections, is you want to have a cybersecurity plan and strategy that protects both you, your clients, your students and parents and so on, against these kinds of things, lest you have to seek to enforce them. So you want to protect against unauthorized disclosure of student records, breaches, and stealing of that data. You want to make sure that your IT systems and data systems are adequately protected against not only the guys from outside, but the ones inside too. Because those kinds of things will affect enrollment eventually, because like a school that has been breached and the data that we're giving them not safe. Yeah, I think it's government, they don't want government data. Parents don't want the school data and they don't feel safe. That kind of thing, because it's the same mentality, right? So you kind of want to make sure as a business, because that's what a school is, believe it or not, that you protect all of these things so that you minimize and mitigate reputational damage and so on. So in the case you mentioned earlier where NCU hit the ransomware, the nature of ransomware is that, we're going to encrypt and in some cases exfiltrate the data and say, okay, if you want it back, you have to pay for it. That's the nature of ransomware. So these things have a monetary value and there's a cost associated with it. And we typically don't recommend that people pay for the stuff. It's not every time recommendations are followed, but it's a situation where this is the kind of stuff that you want to guard against. How do you do it? Well, there are a couple of things that as school administrators and managers, you want to consider. You want to have data security and good governance. You want to, which is the topic that will rear its head in action plans. Figure out where you pay plans, because it's not in your budget, right? Because this stuff doesn't just happen. There is a cost associated with all of this kind of stuff. You have to formulate strategies, policies, that plan, that strategic plan, governance, all of these things you have to formulate. But when you think about it, that's not my job. They have to teach, make sure it's a school run properly. Well, yes, but as I said many times before, school is a business. Responsibilities have changed because the paradigm of education shifts. So your responsibilities change. But at the same time, it would be unfair to say that, well, you become an expert overnight as to how to treat this. So what you have to do is you have to engage experts to help you to treat this. Not only do you want to engage experts, but you have to realize that there is a legal component, because you're drafting some policies that may impact your staff, your students, and so on in a legal way. But there's also a technical component, the part that makes sure that the software and the hardware and the networks and so on are properly taken care of. The other thing that you want to ensure, which is why we're doing this event, is to increase awareness within the school, not only for management and teachers, but also students. Because they also need to know that some of the things that they run around doing on a day-to-day basis, it's fun, cute, funny. Yeah, it's an offense, it's a crime. User awareness, training, very important, because what has been found, 80% or more of data breaches globally are caused by humans. People who are not aware of what to do when they're functioning in this, what is now very dangerous space, right? So it's very important for you to do that and then to implement all of these protective controls to ensure that the overall environment that you're functioning in is safe, secure, and you mitigate the attendant risks as much as possible. Yeah. So, in concluding, what I want to leave you with is that as administrators, teachers, even practitioners in the space, whether you're at primary, secondary, or tertiary level, one of the things you want to ensure is that you increase your awareness. That's very important. And you have strategies and plans in place to respond to when these incidents occur, because it's not a matter of if they will occur. They're going to happen if they haven't happened already. But you need to have response plan strategies and the relevant measures in place to respond to these things, prevent these things, so that the environment in which you now work, moving into that digital space, is safe. And if it is compromised, that you can apply the relevant laws to ensure that who is supposed to be held accountable is held accountable. That is my very, very long 2 cents. I didn't consume all of the time because we're supposed to go to 10:30. So I'm giving about 20 minutes for question and answer, which you may want to take from the you want to take from. So that's my 2 cents, everyone. For the question and answer, the chat.
Let's thank Mr. Forrest again. I told him that he could be a lecturer here full time, teaching in the cybersecurity program, all right? But as the former head of our graduate advisory board, he has done a few guest seminars with the students. But he sounds like a teacher, wouldn't you say? Yes, I appreciate it. You're getting a round of applause for that, so you have to take that. So let me just establish, you have a level per, you're gonna have lots of questions in this segment. I don't know if 20 minutes
When you decide to go, is there any questions from the audience? Oh yes, yeah, I'm waiting on my slide. Can you hear me?
You have lots of questions. We'll take them one at a time. But go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Part of this seminar is awareness for cyber security and crime aspect. I asked what is put in place to assist educational institutions in fighting cybercrime.
So the answer to that question might be way above my pay grade, but what I think the answer to that question may come with my discussion. We're going to have some people who might be able to shed some light on that. The thing about this is not what has been, but what must be put in place. Because each school has different requirements, which is why you have to do assessments and engage experts to help. I think the biggest challenge schools nowadays will face as it relates to protecting themselves and also being compliant with data protection, or are they going to fund it?
Okay, so high school. On the high school level, there are some schools that the government has the internet supply. Now, come back to what are put in place to assist in the cyber attacks or vulnerability of networks that currently exist in schools?
Yeah, again, that's a question that varies depending on the student. One of the things that you have to be aware of is the fact that these things need to be there because many schools don't have it. But like I said, I would guess that each school needs to establish what their needs are, and then go and say, listen, this is what we need, and so on. So you're limited to two because other people want to ask questions. So I have a question here. Well, a statement and question. Do you want to read these?
As you roll, sure. So on the last transaction or last amount, which was, let me just put some in there. Oh, that's clearly.
No, not that much.
Oh, sorry.
Were there any questions on any other questions on the floor? Question over
Yes, good morning.
morning.
The session was very informative. And there's one thing that really stood out to me, the issue of there be penalties for a child cyber offense. It doesn't give an age range. I'm thinking of maybe a 7-year-old maybe doing something, kidding around and so on, unaware, but yet there is no
Right.
separation for that type of.
Yeah. So that's exactly the term, right? Because we have other laws that speak to the kinds of penalties and how far the law can go as it relates to minors, kids over a particular age, and so on. So this act will not speak to that because somewhere else in another piece of legislation is treated it. But what is important now, and I'm happy you brought that up, is there's going to be, you're going to find now that there is going to need to be greater communication and engagement between schools and CPFSA. Now here's why. Not only do some of the actions of kids constitute offenses, but they will also impact the other students in personal ways. So you might find an uptick in things like depression and you know, self-esteem and you know, that kind of thing, because there are reports out there that say, listen, the whole aspect of this thing called cyberbullying, right? It's real. So what you might find is you may have kids interacting with other kids online, engaging in cyberbullying. You might find now that kids become more withdrawn, they become depressed, and so on. And as teachers now have to start to pay attention to the changes, psychological and otherwise, of their students, because now it's not like you're standing in the classroom and you know, say, John over here, so love give Chris a hard time. So you know that, okay, there is visibly friction between them two and you can mitigate that. No, you're not seeing it anymore in that way. What you're seeing is you might see a student whose personality changes. And what that means now is that you're going to have to engage different resources, not only to enforce, but to treat with the effects that this kind of thing, because the crimes themselves not only have penalties, but they have effects on the person. which is why I said, you have 3 different buckets for crimes. Crimes on person, on property, on government, and so on. So you kind of have to be mindful of that now, because your role as a teacher, school administrator will change in that new dispensation.
One quick point, I'm looking through the chat. Most of the comments are really based on your talk in terms of the transactions, for example, the ATM payments, or those. I will need to start that down. And there is an ATM, and with the transaction, you see come to the someone probably pick that up from somewhere. Just look at the mention to that yesterday at the
Yeah, but the thing with ATM receipts, they don't put sufficient information on ATM receipts for it to be used in the commission of offenses like that.
Yeah.
What you have to be mindful of is when bills come to your house. So your water bill, your light bill, your credit card bill, all the different types of bills. Those bills have information on them that invariably could be used to provide information in the furtherance of an offense. So Chris mentioned it yesterday, he's walking in his neighborhood and some distance from house, he saw somebody name it. It was put into perhaps a garbage bag and not shredded or torn up or something like that. So now somebody can easily pick it up and say, oh, I know the address, can find it. I know the person, and I know a whole heap of information about that individual. So now you have to be a little more mindful of the information that you're allowed to float around. Here's one that is kind of interesting. How many people in here use like Mailpack and ShipMe and those? Yeah. What do you guys do with the boxes after you get them? Take the stuff out of them. Yeah. Some people don't do that because the address information still on the box, they don't tear it out. Throw it in the garbage. Somebody come out and now has your address and your number and everything. Them start ship things to your address. And one day you'll find a questionable package reach your address, which might have some contraband. So, but these are the kinds of things now that when you function in this space that you have to be cognizant of. You have to be cognizant of that. You have to shift the way in which you do certain things. I tell people who have bank accounts, don't use the same email address that you use on your Android phone, that Gmail address. Don't use that for your bank account contact info. It's not a good idea. For a variety of reasons. But people do it. It's convenient. Again, we sacrifice convenience for security. So there is a greater responsibility that you have as an individual, but more so as an educator, to not only practice, but impart that to your students as the new way that you need to function in this digital space. Oh, a question here. Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Also, really impressed by the discussion so far. But I would like to point out that this side of prevention, we have passive and active attacks, which are more defined in IPv version 4. Whereas in version 6, we have more, we have detection, control, and prevention. Now, my question is, do we have any plan to migrate from IPv4 to IPv6?
Wow.
As an expert
No.
in this issue, under 5G security, we have more security on 5G. And at the moment, Jamaica is working 3.5, it's not even up to 4G LTE.
Yeah.
So when are we migrating from IPv4 to IPv6, where these can be minimized? Thank you.
All right, so that's an excellent technical question. Let me try to treat it in a way that most people can understand. So moving from V4 to V6 requires some fundamental changes in how networks are configured, right? Thing about it is it needs to start with providers, because the majority of the services we get, many of our universities, business and so on, originates with them. That's the first thing. So, and we're not the ones who impose that requirement on the service providers. Because of that, you may find that there's a limitation as to how far you can go with V6 on an internal network, right? Because again, it requires some basic configuration that if you're not in a V6 rich environment, having a IPv6 network here and plethora of V4 networks, moving between the two becomes a challenge. So I think to answer that question is there needs to be a discussion between service providers and perhaps policymakers as it relates to the virtues of moving to V6. I suspect that what will happen is that because we're running out of V4 addresses, we'll get to a point where we don't have a choice but to move to 6. We have a habit of waiting until that happens. So the V4 address space is being depleted, and I think that's where you will find movement. Now, as to when that will happen, that is more a question for the telcos, but I fully acknowledge that there are advantages, especially from a security standpoint. I mean, it's the same. About 5-6 years ago, I did a presentation at the National Cybersecurity Conference, and I spoke about DNSSEC, and nobody knew what DNSSEC was. But when you start to ask people, it's like, okay, when you type www.utech.edu.jm in the browser, site comes up, how do you know that that's UTech? You type NCB or Scotiabank in that browser, how do you know that you're actually going to Scotia's or NCB's or JMN's website? We don't use DNSSEC, so spoofing of that nature, it's possible. It can happen. So in much the same way, it is important at that level, that the discussion we had to increase the level of security in our communication systems to facilitate that. I think that's the best answer I can give as it relates to that right now. Well, that answers the question. Question here.
Morning, everybody. During your presentation, I realized that you spoke to the whole notion of persons with malicious intent, with the electronic space. A part of that thing, going back to the education sector and students, I was very quick story to you. I remember I spoke with a principal recently, and during the pandemic, they had the online classes and stuff, and they said there are certain student lockdown, and there was a whole host of choice words from the forbidden portion of Jamaica and it's got source of language. And when they, went to the child's mother and said, well, your son lockdown, it's really pretty. And when the parent consulted with the child and said, he said no, but he maintained his innocence. I didn't do this. His mother said, sure. He said, mommy, I didn't do it. So the principal became quite curious. He said, no, something is right here. So, she started doing her own checks rather. And when they checked back, they checked the IP addresses, and it was a different IP address than the lady's son. And the principal of the girl, now I'm talking 8 or 9 years. So she logged on under the cloak of anonymity as a little boy, was him. So I'm saying, oh, that's a serious offense. I got to get a sheet and do that. So can you imagine when she was older?
But it's covered.
Right. And I'm saying, no, what can we do to inform schools and parents as to the seriousness of this? It's a crime. You know, I mean,
That's what this is for.
School I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what this is about.
Right.
Because we found that up until now, a lot of educational institutions, the practitioners therein, are not aware of these things. And some of them, while they're aware that kids are doing it, they're not aware that there is a legal component, there is a law. These are things that are classified as offenses. So it's important that these kinds of workshops occur, because what it does is, you know, in the case that you have described, it does inform administrators as to the actions they can take should these kinds of things happen. Very important, because a lot of people don't even know that there is a Cybercrimes Act. A lot of people are not familiar with the data protection legislation and what it means. And as you know, the question was asked, what needs to be put in place? A lot of schools, although they're going to be held accountable should they violate or not be compliant, a lot of them are just simply not aware. So what we're trying to do here is increase awareness as it relates to data protection and cybercrimes and the things that need to happen. Because it is a real thing. It's a real thing. So as we move more into the digital space, we need to make people more aware of the kinds of things that can occur and the recourse that they have to treat with that.
All right, I want to thank Mr. Forrest for such an excellent lecture. I want to call it a distinguished lecture. Thank you so much. I will be a part of the panel to engage a little bit of the discussion. It's now break. It's 10:32. Please take a 10-minute break on it. Just to manage the time. I think there are provisions outside for your benefit. I see it having your head at the top. So please engage the break and just return within the time to discuss the war. And those in Zoom and on YouTube who are here, please observe accordingly. So we're going to prepare for the next segment, and I'm going to ask the panelists to come down after the break to this part of the board. Thank you again for your audience, and just quickly engage with the response.
I guess we had it. Yeah, right.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right. So good morning again, colleagues. Welcome to the second segment. This is a follow-on from Mr. Forrest earlier. I'm Sean Thorpe, your MC for the forum here at UTEC, and we are going to continue with our next session, which is going to be a full panel. But to introduce the panel, I'm going to defer to my co-host here, Tanya, to do the honors of introducing that panel. Ms. Graham is the director of the undergraduate program in computing and network security, and she is going to, at this point, just do the workshop proceedings introduction for the panel, and then I'll be just doing a preface and handing over to Chris to lead us through this panel. Thank you so much, Tanya.
Good morning, everyone on Zoom and YouTube. It's my pleasure to introduce our panelists this morning, and I will start with Mr. Andrew Nooks, who is a cybersecurity, data privacy protection, and information systems expert with over 30 years of experience. He's an experienced speaker, thought leader, and trainer in information and communication technology and related domains. Andrew continues to provide advice and assurance services to various industries such as financial, government, distribution, insurance, healthcare, and telecoms. As a consultant in cyber and information security, he has assisted companies in saving millions of dollars by identifying vulnerabilities and recommending control before vulnerabilities are exploited. He has contributed to the reduction of internet banking fraud for his clients by following a digital trail of evidence leading to the discovery of the mode of operation and recommended controls for fraud prevention. He has assessed solution concept and design to ensure that security and privacy controls are incorporated through the life cycle of solutions. As a data privacy expert, he provides consulting services for organizations along their data privacy compliance journey. Andrew has also trained and mentored professionals to accomplish international certification in data privacy from the International Association of Privacy Professionals, IAPP, as Chief Risk Intelligence Officer, Director for Data Privacy Services, and an Executive Director at Simtai Consulting Limited. Mr. Nooks is responsible for ensuring that Simtai's business operations are conducted in compliance with applicable laws and regulations, global best practices, and in accordance with values and ethical standards. In addition to his role at Simtai, Mr. Nooks is a member of Jamaica's Data Protection Oversight Committee. This committee oversees the operations of Jamaica's Data Protection Authority and a council member of the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, JTDA. He's a mentor to young professionals. He earned a BSc in Computer Science and Mathematics from the University of the West Indies and certifications from industry-leading organizations. He's also a certified data privacy solutions engineer and has gained certifications in corporate governance with the Wharton Business School and GovStrat Limited. Mr. Andrew Noakes. Now the rose among the thorns. Senator Natalie Campbell Rodriguez. She's a government senator and consultant with a specialty in the areas of gender, political inclusion, youth, and diaspora engagement. The proud mother and wife graduated from the University of the West Indies and became a mathematics teacher, followed a few years later by a career in development, the Social Development Commission, spanning time spent at the Administrator General's Department, the Social Development Commission, the National Center for Youth Development, the Embassy of Jamaica in Washington, D.C., and in politics as part of the first set of elected councillors in the Portmore municipality in Jamaica. Having lived and worked in 3 countries outside of Jamaica and gaining a master's degree in organizational sciences from the George Washington University, Natalie is committed to the development of Jamaica and her people, as well as to the Caribbean region. Given the new way of life, Natalie spends her free time gardening, and before COVID-19, traveled as much as possible to see the amazing world in which we live. A deep hunger to do more and be more able drives Natalie's efforts in the political space. Her favorite quote is from the philosopher Frantz Fanon, who said, "Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, define its mission, fulfill it, or betray it." The quote stands as a reminder that there is much to be done. Life is not for merely existing. Senator Rodriguez. Yes, the other gentlemen were introduced yesterday, so I'll turn it over to Prof.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for these introductions, and welcome to the panel. Now, Chris is the moderator. Lieutenant Love Sterling, who would have been here, is not here today, unavoidably. So I'll be sitting with the panel in his absence. And, you know, to give Chris context, the discussion this morning is on the national cyber strategy and policy. And I heard when Trevor made mention of it in his earlier presentation, that if the school is going to be a safer place, right, you know, it will mean that we have to come up with suitable strategies and policies to support that. Notwithstanding, government does have a strategy document, a 40-page document I've looked at a couple of times well before. And as a part of the conversation, what I would like to just quickly say is that if you're thinking about a strategy, you're really sitting down to look at a very careful argument of how you're going to achieve those long-term goals or aims based on the actions that you have to put in place. And the Jamaica National Cybersecurity Strategy, you know, launched from 2015, which you heard Trevor really articulating earlier, built out on the Cybercrime Act. You know, we can't build a strategy unless we really understand the provisions of the Act, which is why we took the format we had this morning. I'm going to leave this slide up for everyone to see. It will probably help Chris as he goes through his presentation to provide context and to provide you as well, both in Zoom, YouTube, and in the physical space here, with an understanding of what we are referring to. At this point, Chris, you are in charge.
All right, thank you very much. There goes my phone. Want to go over there? Okay, all right. Good plan. Next. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. Still morning? Yes, it's still morning. Thank you all for being here, physically and on the two digital platforms here. I think we're around, I don't know who counted how many people are in the room, but I know online, I think we're probably just bubbling around 100 number. Trevor did a very good job this morning of giving us a deep dive in the critical areas of the Cybercrime Act and its various revisions. So we have a very illustrious panel that has capabilities and capacity to touch on some of those areas, answer some questions that were asked, and also we want to ensure that we stick with the whole education sector specifically that we started talking about. So whilst this speaks about cyber security and the cybersecurity strategy, there were some lingering discussions from the cybercrime discussion this morning that I think one of our panelists, Senator Rodriguez, would like to touch on. I would like to expound and explain. So I'm going to give her the floor first to speak specifically. Oh, there's another mic here. Okay, all right. Check. This is one. Oh, she has one. All right, I'm going to give her the floor first to speak to some of those questions that were unanswered. I think a gentleman over there asked very specifically about some of these situations in school. So, Senator Rodriguez, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to firstly answer two questions that were asked earlier. I don't know your name or the institution you're from, but the lady in the yellow clothes. Are you a teacher? You're with the Norman Manley Law School, okay. You were asking about the definition of children, and it's a general rule. When it comes on to legislation, unless it is stated otherwise, which it rarely ever is unless the law was made in 1950, 1930, speaks to the person up to the age of 18. So anyone below the age of 18 is considered a child. Above that, you have youth, which is I think 18 to 25. So that's just a general rule to answer your question there. And in terms of what if a 7-year-old child is doing something, the importance of today's session, this week's session, cannot be overstated. It is the responsibility of parents and teachers within the school environment to ensure that we teach our children what is right and what is wrong. Because you can have a scenario where a parent uses a child to do what they want to do because they think that's a loophole in the law. So the impetus is on us to work that way. The gentleman in the gray shirt, are you a teacher? Okay, at the high school, university? Okay, all right. So if I remember your question, well, it is what assistance is going to be given to, deal with some of these scenarios that can arise. The subject for instance, first of all, principals have a responsibility to know what the Act says. And as mentioned by Trevor earlier, we are currently in the Cybercrimes Act Joint Select Committee of Parliament reviewing. In my hand is the report, the draft report, because we're finished. What happens after this is that we have a meeting actually tomorrow where the DPP and another entity will come in to address us on issues that we had that we couldn't solve within our own minds because it relates to how they prosecute, etc., etc. After that, the report is then updated with their responses, and from there, the committee has another meeting and we say whether or not we agree, and we sign to say, yes, we agree. Then it goes to the lower house, then it comes to the Senate. So within another 2 months, you're gonna have a new Cyber Crimes Act, and I pause because I keep saying Cyber Security Act instead of Cyber Crimes Act. And this section, so in relation to your question, the first thing is principals need to become okay with the piece of legislation. Ignorance is never an excuse. After that is done, the school needs to ask itself, I would suggest that principals put together a small team to look at vulnerability. Become very familiar with it. So that's you basically doing an audit for yourself of what your needs are. After you do that audit, you then, every year, schools that belong to the Ministry of Education and you have to put together a budget. Within that budget, I would suggest that what you do is you put in the things that you need. But there's no point in doing up a list of things that you need until you understand how they will be used, because quite often you think that you need money to do a lot of things. It's not money quite often. Most of what you need is training and education for your team. So that's the approach that I suggest that you take. In terms of what Trevor said, everybody who is familiar with the piece of legislation, Section 9 is our favorite. It's the one under which most prosecution can take place, and just to let everybody know, it has been reworded. Because what has been happening is that, as worded now, the way it was discussed earlier, it's hard to prosecute. So one of the things the DPP said to us when they came in, the law as written is very difficult to prosecute using. And such, there are changes that have been made. But the most, I won't read it to you because it's now a very long section. But what is important is an addition where it says to publish in relation to data includes sending, transferring, posting, disseminating, or otherwise providing access to data. And I get very nervous when I'm surrounded by cybersecurity personnel, because words for them are very important. So publish, that's our new definition, and harm, which is important. Because a person commits an offense if the person uses a computer to publish data to or in respect of another person with the intention that the data harasses that person, speaking here for Twitter users, or causes harm or the apprehension of harm to that person or that person's property. And harm has been defined in the legislation as being either physical or psychological. And earlier, it crossed my mind that teachers could also be charged under this. Teachers, because without aiming to, at times, a teacher's way of coming across to a student could be seen as psychologically harming them. Because psychological harm is looked at as how the person receives the message, not your intention. So principals actually have a lot of work to do to get their teams to change the way they operate and their mindsets towards certain things based on this. I would suggest everybody in the profession gets a copy of the old act. The new one will be out in a few months, but you can start with the old version. And keep in mind, it's available online at the Houses of Parliament website. You can even request a printed copy. Or if you just Google it, it's online and you print it. For principals, teachers, get comfortable with it. And just a few more quick things that the educators need to be aware of that the Act covers. One, cyberbullying. Using any facility for the purpose of child abuse. Distribution of obscene material, especially popular in the high schools and university. Section 9, the same section we just spoke about, deals with that specifically. The intention to harm or cause harm. Also, revenge porn. It is a crime. Revenge porn is a crime. One of the things we don't do enough of in Jamaica, we don't use the law to our advantage. And so revenge porn It's used against a lot of young ladies, and they don't charge. They don't go and make a charge against the person. Anthony. Now, one of the things I want to think about is how do we balance punishments and encourage exploration at the same time? And that crossed my mind based on something that Andrew said to me earlier. About my own daughter who is in this field. It's a balancing act. It is a balancing act, right, Trevor? But we always have to err on the side of what is the intention, and are we causing any harm? That is the important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Campbell Williams. Trevor, I have a few additional remarks to that, and I'd love some questions for us to file.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to dovetail two things Senator Rodriguez said. You know, reverse teachers could be charged based on how they come across or communicate. No, this is very important because tone does not exist in our text message. So I can interpret an email or text message in a way which is very different from what we think. It's very important to understand that phone, text messages, and written communication almost doesn't exist in the way that you want it. That's the first one. The second one is again as it relates to what schools need. In order for you to determine what you need to do to get up to speed from a security and compliance standpoint is and to establish the budgets, is you have to do an assessment. The thing about it is you're not the assessment, which is why you have to engage experts to do that for you. That's something that you have to, in order to have a realistic budgetary allocation when the time comes, you have to actually speak to those who can provide the guidance for you to formulate that. Because it's not your core discipline to determine where you're vulnerable, what you need to prevent all that kind of stuff. So if it is that you intend to formulate budgetary allocation for these things, it's advisable that you engage those who can assist you with determining what you need to get to where you need.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Almost at Senator Forrest, but thank you very much, Trevor. This speaking very official. So, ladies and gentlemen, this panel is part with a discussion around cybersecurity strategy and policy for education specifically. After lunch, we're going to be talking about what's involved in a cybersecurity awareness program for schools. So I'm going to ask Professor Thorpe to give a very high-level overview. He has spent some time preparing the slide that you see on the screen, talking about the pillars of the Jamaica National Cyber Strategy, which are the 4 areas of the technical measures, human resource and capacity building, legal and regulatory, and public awareness and education. So we will talk about public awareness and education after lunch, but Dr. Thorpe, can you kind of give us an overview of what when you review the strategy so far, and considering your position as a leadership and somebody involved in administration, in education, here's some thoughts connected both.
All right, thank you, Chair. And a pleasant good morning again, colleagues, both here in person and Zoom and YouTube. The context of the conversation, as an administrator and academic, you think about the technical measure, because one thing to have the cybercrime. When you start looking at a plan of action to get this introduced into schools. When we think about technical measures, both for the country and for the academic institutions, we have to start thinking about critical infrastructure. And when we start with critical infrastructure, let's say with schools, do you have what is required to provide persistent connect, for example? This is a basic factor, persistent internet. You must have an option to be able to get onto a computer and not just operate local on a computer, but to access resources from the World Wide Web. Keeping it simple, that's one. Within the context of the technical measure, do you have the requisite skill sets in-house as a part of your school? So here in UTech, the same argument was opposed, is that we have, that critical infrastructure, and we have the requisite skills to support that critical infrastructure. And I can see the expression on some person's face already. Chair, I can see the expression like saying, well, that is something and unpack in a way. We recognize that, on the national program of schools, there's a managed budget. And hence, in the context of technical measure, something that we have to be deliberate with and have to be intentional. As a leadership in an academic institution, the view is that my role predominantly is to teach the students and articulate the curriculum. So the critical infrastructure to support that probably should be somebody else, or we have another group of persons who carry out that role to support that function. But many a times what we are finding, and that is not only limited to the primary and high school, but also in the tertiary institution, is that the leadership also has, so for example, being a leader, my role is somewhat dual focus, probably only because I was in private sector before. I came back and even about that clarity of understanding that that critical infrastructure has to be resourced. And everything has to be bought, as a good senator said. We have to go and try to private-public partnerships, local, abroad, to provide that infrastructure. We need circuits, switches, we need access points. For all of those things, we have to resource for the school environment. And I want to put it in context. Government budgets are managed. I'm talking about national institutions. Private schools might have great alumni. Public institutions need to also have great alumni that can donate. But if you are trying to buy some of these things, to put in that critical infrastructure on a technical measure, the procurement guidelines plus the amount of money required is not available. So you have to have an approach, a plan of action that doesn't limit you to that context. So I'm summarizing the 4-page document for you in a language, hopefully that in how I'm conveying it sort of represents our mutual interest as an academic. When you think about the whole area of human resource and capacity development, that one is huge. Each of these are necessary and sufficient conditions that you are seeing on the slides, both on YouTube, Zoom, and here in person on campus. The human capacity is another major area under the strategy. If you listen to Trevor earlier, I will argue that the Cybercrime Act by itself could be a course in my curriculum. I don't have it as a course in my curriculum, we work with it. But it could be a course in of itself, right? Or a unit or a module, right? This is discussed, but this is not really given the deep dive like what we did this morning. So using that simple argument, just the language and the jargon to get all the staff, students, and the community at large being able to appreciate what is involved. We have to train our people. We might have to also be hiring, but the cybersecurity skill set, I should tell you, is one that is in such high demand that as soon as they finish programs of studies like the ones that we have here, the private sector is governing them up. We have a happy dilemma problem in terms of those outcomes. Now to think about administering the classroom, administering the school, administering the institutions of learning, for which we need to have that enabled critical infrastructure, right, on the technical measures. Then the human capacity is still a persistent problem, because it needs to come back to some of the funding arguments that we heard, to retain and to manage those outcomes. We can't ask students to maintain the cybersecurity structure. So just to put that in context, you know, and I have been working on projects where we have to hire people to maintain the networks and ensure that you don't have students when they come to regular class, they don't, you know, they find it funny enough when they come to class. Sir, can you teach me how to hack? Can you teach me, you know, how to manage the laptop? You know, well, sir, I need to learn it, sir. It's the school. You know, that is the argument being positive. And you are presented with a context now that is not a lie, you're telling. But the capacity of the educator who is training these students and to have them in the abundant supply is still a gap problem. Notwithstanding private sector have the problem, so they will hire all my lecturers necessary from time to time to support the outcome as Mr. looks laughing. But it's a good thing, you know, to have your academic staff also get go to the private sector to keep building for them to come back into the classroom. So the human capacity has to be a pipeline that we work on building and training within the school system. Just to understand what even your HR department or your unit or your regular administrator turning on the machine and understanding that, you know, we may have a phishing attack and what that means is all a part of that training, that capacity building that has to be done first, as a part of supporting and implementing that strategy. The legal regulatory
both academics and professors. And is where do you get the sector facing institutions, and what would be your recommendation for how education institutions should prioritize their cybersecurity efforts? So Andrew, recommend from John, or as President stands.
It's on. Right. So let me start. Inquiry into cybersecurity skill set that is started when I was in university back in the 90s, right? Thinking myself. But here's the thing about it, and I'm not sure. I'm gonna spin what Professor Thorpe said as it relates to that. I think when we talk about school, high school, or also university, it is a playing field for knowledge, growth, and innovation. So when Senator Rodriguez speaks to the balance that we have to create, one of the things you have to be cognizant of that we want people to have the institutions are going to do too, that they might create, they might break. But the idea is that once they are aware and they have an environment that allows them to create and create within rules, some interesting things will happen. I'm not sure I would go as far as to say you can't have students managing your networks. Where I came from, we did the network. And what that did for us was we were able to learn what the other idle couple thousand students were doing in order to break that network. That created knowledge, capacity, and so on. So I think there needs to be a consideration that part of the learning is working in the actual environment that both get this experience, right? So I think it's good for students to work in. So I think university schools should encourage participation in that way. But in doing that, we have to be cognizant of the fact that if we're going to do that, there are some things we have to have in place to make sure it's managed, right? The other thing now is to answer the question you asked, Chris, I think it's again important for school administrators and so on to realize where we're going. Part now is digital. Moving in that direction as baggage. Come aware of that baggage, but understand that, and I'm going to use the term that it's flying around in the legislation, intent. And interesting. You're going to have bad actors out there. You have some good ones too. And invariably you may find that before the apple drop off the tree, it's great until it drops. And if you pick it before it drops, then my taste would try find the good apple before they turn out bad apple and guide them. So in a lot of the educational institutions, what you want to try to is create an environment for innovation, but find those good apples before they become bad. Move them in the right direction so that one can help you, because again, teachers have enough, than to go figure out how to plug vulnerabilities. Sponges in youth, they love to do that. Well, let them help you. But at the same time, create an avenue that says, look, because you're doing this, this represents a career path for you, even from high school. A career path for you that if you do it well and do it the right way, you become a resource that is in demand, that has knowledge and skill sets from high school going into university that are used for good things, not necessarily the bad things, because you are now in a stream where you're seeing the good that comes out of what you do. Right? It is those who kind of got away with it, start using for bad. But that's kind of where I think schools need to kind of change the way they think about how they manage, security and so on. You have people who can help you, can bring you from outside, but say, listen, when you come in, I want to transfer some knowledge and capacity to some of my kids internally, because maybe they can do some of the work. And speak some more on that.
Thanks, Trevor. And I think the part of the question was, what's one of the biggest vulnerabilities? No, maybe there are threats, sorry. Let me just backtrack. When I'm not afraid to age myself, but so when I went to high school in the 80s, we looked to our teachers because our teachers were a beacon of knowledge. They knew a teacher was God when it comes to knowledge. Now fast forward to 2020, where you have University, YouTube, you have ChatGPT, you have all of those things where students are now fact-checking teachers and what they're being taught. Now, one of the greatest vulnerabilities that we have on the threats is that teachers are not taking the time or do not have the resources to upskill themselves in terms of what is happening today, which means that you have students that are basically much farther advanced. So I support Trevor's point in using the students that are advanced to assist you in your programs of protecting. So to bring it back, understanding that threat landscape is very, very important. But I like to start from a quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War, or paraphrasing. It says, if you know yourself and you know your enemy, you will not lose in 1,000 battles. Right? Which means that
You know, in understanding what you need to do, you have to understand first and foremost what you have and what you're trying to protect. So that is identification. You also have to understand what threatens you, which is what Chris was asking. Vulnerability, malware, bad actors, and what they're after. You know, is understanding. Once you know what you have, you know what the potential could be going after. In starting there, you can now determine where there's a gap between what you have, what person would be after, identifying how they could go after those things, and understanding what's to take to protect that. And in that, you know, you start identifying what resources you would need and start putting the budget that Senator Rodriguez spoke about, start putting items of that budget together. So I'll pause there, Chris, to just hand back to you.
Thank you, bro. So I'm actually about to ask you to just answer this question, but I'm going to throw out something. Because of what you mentioned earlier, specifically with that budget situation, and the environment that we're in, where this might fall into anyway, this environment that we're in, how do we bridge the gap between that scarce resources, ability that the e-learning has, the e-learning part of the how can that gap be bridged to deliver what needs to be delivered to the schools to reduce this risk and to make teachers aware and fix it all, right? I say, hold on, Senator Rodriguez asked this question and made some other comments, so I want to add it to, and I will say some other questions.
Okay, let me just answer the previous question. So because I am the not technical person on the team. For me, the greatest threat does not have to do with the technicality. It has to do with ignorance. Ignorance is the greatest threat right now to educational institutions. Because most teachers now have either a laptop or a tablet, you know, from COVID era, that was the thing to do. Do you know that the camera on your laptop, first of all, does everybody know it can be turned off? Because my mother, who was an educator, didn't know that you can turn off the camera. The little thing at the top, the little button that is slide to the left, she was on a call and couldn't figure out why she could not see herself because it's off. So just the basic things. Now that camera can be hacked, and a pedophile could be using that to view the children. So that's one. Two, when you have a student who always wants to be in the computer lab, you have to ask yourself certain questions. It could be a student who genuinely just has a love for computers, but it could be something more serious. So to change the mindset, to be aware of what is possible and what you can protect against. So for me, the greatest threat is ignorance. Now to answer the question, there are these three words that I like to use. They're called, the words are joint up government. We've banked it around a lot for many things, but the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Science, Technology, what is it called? Energy. You notice I'm ignoring the energy part because I'm concerned about the science and technology parts. These two ministries need to become bosom buddies. Because the work that one is doing heavily impacts the other. Because even in the Cyber Crimes Act that we were just reviewing, there's a lot of things that have to be changed in the Education Act that will affect what happens in this act, because this act cannot govern some of what happens in the Education Act. And the Education Act is, and it will be up for review shortly, right after the Teaching Council that's before us from that ministry. But it is knowing what is in what and affects something elsewhere. Now, the joint government is important because, as you mentioned, to fund some of these things, the Ministry of Education needs to utilize UTEC. UTEC. They need to utilize e-learning, they need to utilize all the facilities that exist in different ministries that can assist. There's no need for the Ministry of Education to reinvent the wheel. And those are the conversations that are now happening. Those are the conversations. How do we utilize what exists to help what needs to be done? That's the more, I hope that answers your question.
The transfer. But I'd also like you to add a little bit around general, legal and regulatory, because this morning we're focused mainly around cybercrime. What are some of the thoughts over the period of working on these matters around specifically the education sector and relates to cyber security now? So bridging that gap between cybercrime and cyber security. Any legs and legs thought that you like to throw to these educators and person responsible in the various areas?
Right. One of the things that educators don't tend to do is to lay pressure on the government for anything outside of salaries. Salaries being put on pressure. But one of the things that need to be done is the supporting legislation around cybercrimes. I mentioned from before the Education Act, Offences Against the Person Act, the Fingerprints Act. This legislation, Cybercrimes Act, there are at least 8 other legislation that affects it or it affects them. Educators need to pressure the government, which I'm a part of, to get these legislations up and running, reviewed in a positive way that will make sure this piece of legislation has teeth. Because without some of those adjustments, there won't be any teeth to some aspects of it. I think in general too, these gentlemen here that I'm with, I think 4 of them, 2 of them I know very well. As in, I can pick up the phone and call them at midnight. That's how I decide whether or not I know you very well. Can I call you at midnight? And I can call 2 of them at midnight. And use them. Use the people that are in the field to build up your knowledge, because Trevor is right. This is not what you do on a daily basis. This is not what I do on a daily basis. But ensure that you connect with the persons who can give you that advice. And those students that you have that may seem like bad apples because so you don't want them to touch the database, channel that system, right? And I'm going to share a personal experience. One of my daughters, who Andrew here knows very well, and Trevor knows because when she was in high school, she would have school on certain things or that kind of thing. But she has always had an interest in cybersecurity. Always. And she was fortunate enough to have attended schools where it was encouraged. Not cast aside, not condemned, but encouraged. When we moved back to Jamaica, one of the first things she said, when she found out I knew this gentleman was, can I go and intern with him? She was in high school, can I go and intern with him? And he gladly said yes. And she spent 2 afternoons or so per week with a team member of his, and she learned. She's now at university, and her major is cyber security and artificial intelligence. So what I'm saying is you have a lot of potential students who don't even know, and the Prime Minister recently announced new programs at heart in this field, in this sphere, coding, etc., etc. Guess what? It's free. Encourage some of your parents for the high school children, don't know what to do with them some evenings and Saturdays, sign up for a hard course. It's free, and it is a lot to do with cyber security that you can now study some of these courses. So that would be my added.
Very much for that. All right, so Sean, I'm gonna look at the question to think about. The other question I'm gonna ask first is a little bit also related to the Washington Sean is how can education institutions collaborate? Because I'm very happy to hear Senator speak about this joint government. Are we hearing about the joint government? Right? You don't answer it, but just go and think about how the education institutions can collaborate amongst itself and also, other agencies and organizations to advance this whole cause. But the question I want to throw to everybody, that also came up a while ago, is how do we see emerging technologies, machine learning, AI, and a lot of the stuff that are also promoting here at University of Technology. How does all that move this movement, this awareness that we're trying to gain, and also contribute to the solution of all this challenge? So that's why I love Andrew or Trevor or Sean later, but who brought up the banner around emerging technology?
Let me start about the University of Technology. Let's start there, right? The emerging technology space continue to be redefined easily over the next 5 years and longer, but 5 years is sometimes a long time. Consistent with that, what we have done for curriculum is introduce the equivalent of a full degree in cybersecurity for students, which is looking at some of the critical infrastructure and elements of the technical. You look at the full fundamentals of cyber security based on the confidential integrity, the principles of systems. And our mandate is really to produce, at least 1,000 of these graduates, over like a 5-year under that curriculum alone, right? It started in 2019, and we have been working in that regard. Now, notwithstanding, the sector is waiting for the numbers that are suggesting that we need to respond to. But at least we are intentional in our objectives. And when you read the strategy document, it says really under the core component of the capacity building that the tertiary institutions are doing their thing, but they are still not doing enough. I'm using my language when I read the interpretation. They're not doing enough, and hence to support greater awareness with respect to the emerging technologies. Workshops like this have to be provided ongoing to the teacher communities and student communities. Just other part of the sensitization and ensuring that first understand what technologies can do and what you should avoid using them, doing where they can become used for other type of activities. So that is what I would say about the treatment of the emerging technology. We create a space in the academia that allows for both the conversation and the practice relating to how students and staff alike can engage that content.
The question of emerging technology is always an interesting and exciting one, but one that causes a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt on persons. How many persons in this room and online have a cell phone? Yeah, at one stage that was an emerging technology, right? And now it has become one of those key components that is part of our daily lives. As a matter of fact, we're more likely to turn back for a phone than we are for our wife. Right? If we're heading out. Now, I mean, I went to school when I did exams back then. I used logbooks in mathematics. Yeah, I used logbooks to work out certain things. When I was introduced to computers, they were using punch cards, and then tower systems and all that. Coming from, I just telling you. But even for some of us as teachers and parents, we like to talk about back in the day, and we like to push our kids back to say, listen, boy, this is how I used to do things. But we have gone through all of these changes to ensure that we create a higher platform so that our kids today can grow and go much far beyond what we were able to achieve. So I see technology in whatever form, whether it be AI, machine learning through ChatGPT, and all the other AI technologies out there. The Internet of Things. I see them as things to be embraced. But as with the use of any technology or anything new, there has to be some level of responsibility. And that comes at first through understanding. A machete in the hands of a murderer becomes a murder weapon. A machete in the hands of a farmer provides food. It's a tool to use and necessary, right? So it is in looking at these emerging technologies, so is to understand the use of the technology for positive outcomes, right? And laws generally is going to be talking about intent. And the technology is the intent or the intention that you have in using and utilizing technology that makes a difference. It's not about replacing your job, but it's about the evolution, freeing us up to do it will take care of the repetitive stuff while we go on to creating more, while we learn how to fly, while we understand how to tap into our brains to fly. Dick Tracy used to have a watch that each of several persons in this room and online may have a watch that goes far beyond Dick Tracy, but back then when we watched that, we were like, that's impossible. That's it. But now, impossible is reality. I used to watch, what was I used to watch Jetsons and stuff, and we're like, boy, that is coming to the fore. It's impossible. They're struggling to come up with concepts that people can't perceive because of emerging technology, because everything now is wide open. But I'll stop there because I'll go down a rabbit hole. So,
I concur with what I'm saying. Look, and as a side note, security issue. We talk about emerging technologies, things like ChatGPT. What it has done, both in academia and out the road, is threat actors are using AI to write code that allows them to create malware at a stunningly fast rate. So they're using it for bad things. But then on the flip side, the threat protection systems are using AI to combat. So machete in the hand of a murderer versus a farmer applies there. These technologies can be used to enhance the innovative capacity of students if used correctly. I think requires a paradigm shift mentally to understand now how it is that we can use these technologies to change the kind of innovation and the rates at which you innovate. Because if you use in the right hands, these kinds of technologies can do some fantastic things. We just need to appreciate that and then use it in the right way. Now, again, because we're human beings, we don't have the guardrails in place. And the car run off the road, and some things happen that we don't want to happen, which is why we have laws and regulations. But what is important, there was something that came up when UTech made this contribution to the cybercrime study. There's a concept that was introduced. I remember Chuck came up with wording, but it was fantastic. With a concept of what was called a legislative response. Okay, now it's a fantastic description of what it was okay, how do you balance innovation, exploration, and so on, in lieu of something that could break the law. How do you manage that? Because if I'm afraid of breaking the law because I'm being creative, then I'm not going to break it. So I need to find and create a space and environment where I'm free to explore, but I explore within some confines that don't impact my desire to explore. Again, this is why educators need to be aware of what the laws say, because in many instances, even though we read the words, when the legalese and the legal luminaries apply their interpretations, what may immediately seem as an offense that is punishable may not rise to what they call a standard for prosecution and so on. So it's very important to, again, find the balance where innovation can thrive, but we don't run off the road and really violate and get to a point where we're using skill sets for malicious intent.
Can I respond to this? So it's funny because the sandbox, when it was introduced to us, I think by UTEC, in the Joint Select Committee, I immediately thought about a little play area for kids. That's the visual. I guess that's more than me. And that's exactly what it is, though, because according to JSERT, the regulatory sandbox is defined as a contained environment in which regulated entities may test their products, services, or solutions subject to the requirements under the subject framework. And just to point out, we had a sandbox in Jamaica already, specifically to the fintech industry, and it was operated by BOG, and it came about as a result of a particular legislation, 2010. Now, just to let you know, the response of the committee to the suggestion, and I'm going to quote verbatim. We are of the view that a sandbox could be explored in the near future, given that the country currently does not have a regulatory framework for its creation. So, one of the things that can be pushed is that the regulatory framework be established so that the sandbox can exist, because it is necessary and it is important.
Thank you very, very much. So we'll jump to some questions. Before we jump to the questions, I kind of wanted some thoughts as I put this team, very much in. How do we work together? How do we work together? The education industry is, in Jamaica, the education sector is not tiny. It's hundreds of schools, it's thousands and thousands of teachers and students that are involved here. The reason why we're doing this, the reason why we're here, came out of an online presentation that was conducted just about a month ago, maybe, and then usual innovative Sean, innovative thought, Professor Thought, just throw out the concept of, hey, let's do this, and then all of us put the ball and that's the real support. So we are here working together to bring this to the education sector. So now that we've got to this step, I'm asking everyone to just think about what's next. How do we help? I mean, she's not here today, but the teacher was over there yesterday, frustrated. You know, she said, well, I came here for a workshop. Where is my papers? Where's my workbook? Where's the document? And all I'm here is talking. How do we help her? Although, we're talking about all this kind of stuff about thought, this and sandbox. These folks from the actual institution are saying, okay, how this can work for me today.
Permit and chair with one caveat. So the whole idea here is to create a cyber safe space. The sandbox is really that. And the kids running around, as you said, they write computer viruses here all the way in classes, stick it into a flash drive back and go into a lab so they can test it. before they give it to the top for grading, which actually gets an 8 by the way for the classes. But then it had to shut down an entire lab for part of a semester, right? And then, sir didn't really mean it, and then, so that gives the context, and under the law, probably that, that would be something that is criminally, punishable, but just to give you a context, that in the university environment, I can just think about that across schools and so on. And Mr. Looks here needs some of those bright minds to come to him to work in his consultancy, for example, to support a solving large projects. And this is Pakistan box. Now, how do we work together? How we work together is consistent with like what we're doing now, but there's a skill into it now that Chris, that we really need to look at. To build out that human capacity to drive this ecosystem that we need. I will argue that in addition to the academic programs at the university fashions to support those outcomes, we're going to need more short courses. Yesterday, I placed a call for action. Trevor, you're not here, Senator, you're not. But a call for action to let us train 30 data protection officers in a 6-week program. That will be implemented by the government. But where the cyber crime at this concern, giving of the cyber strategy, we will need continuous training programs that, one, for example, look at each of those components we have there in the strategy and run an ongoing short course curriculum for the general public. And when I say public, let me start first with the school public. Every school should really understand, what is involved in setting up the technical measures for supporting your ecosystem, from the principal, from the board to principal down to the janitor who has to, support the operations of the school. No one institution can do it, so we need a sort of a framework that allows us to think about that. But I think it would start with the equivalent of like the Hard Trust that you mentioned, because Hard is coming here, by the way, you said. We launched the coding academy that will and have trust. Those are partnerships. But I think in the context of where we are right now, we have to have more workshops like this, where we have the stakeholders of the teachers, the administrators, the private public sector partners, e-learning, significant to that. And the UE, the UTEX, the NCUs, all of us coming together in a sort of a collegial environment, and having the likes of the private sector running workshops with us in that space. Somebody going to say, who pays for that? Something like that comes with everything comes with a cost, because who pays for it at some point. But you actually will need it. You need that ecosystem ongoing to provide those outcomes. And we stand prepared to work with all the partners, the likes of the Jamaica Computer Society, or the Technology Digital Alliance, the Institutes of Engineers, all the working groups, along with the private sector and government, have those workshops. As soon as we have a call for action, but even until coordinate government.
Thanks, John. In looking at, as we went through this, I thought to myself, as a professional, I have to do continuous professional education to maintain myself in terms of, being up to date with what's going on in the landscape. I look at the legal profession, and there's a reason they call it a practice, because they're forever doing continued legal education, and their governing body enforces that. In the medical field, they have different forums in terms of maintaining that. I'm not sure if there's such a thing, a continued teacher education program where teachers, are mandated to basically upskill themselves and to be able to demonstrate them upskilling themselves each year, as they resign or renew their commitment as a teacher. And I think that can go a far way. Outside of public-private partnerships, it can go a far way in terms of upskilling teachers, because we do have teachers in the system that will tell you that, from they finish their teacher's degree, they have not gone to any kind of form to upskill, right? So we're teaching the same way that we did 40 years ago. From the public-private partnership perspective, too, I made a submission in our submission to the Joint Select on Cybercrimes. There's an opportunity for government to register professionals in the space and list those professionals that they can call on. Other governments do it, where they have the technocrats that has gotten the necessary clearances to be called upon, somewhat as a reserve, so to speak, as the army would have, that they call upon professionals to assist in the time of crisis. And I think that from our education perspective, we're at a time of crisis. Things are changing rapidly, but the way we're teaching is not changing as rapidly as it ought to. So there has to be something that will address this what I call an emergency in our teaching education sector. As it relates to upskilling teachers, you have persons like myself who are in the private sector who are more than willing to give up of time to assist in the awareness for educators in what's happening in the spaces that we operate and how they can go about upskilling themselves and pointing them to resources that they can also use, right? So there are different ways of doing it, but formalizing some of that will have to come from your oversight body, whether it be your region, seven regions, the sub-regions for education. And for those of you who are more technically inclined than others as to cybersecurity or data privacy, it's for you to also show yourself and come to the fore, become a part of different organizations. You have the ISACA, which deals with information systems audit, and you have a local chapter here. You have the JTEA, Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, that you get access to a wide range of resources and professionals who can assist you in that. So I urge you to become, members and participants in these local organizations. You also have the Knowledge Net Forum for privacy professionals that you can join and, start upskilling yourself, but also, making those necessary links with some of the professionals in the space that can assist you along your journey. Thank you very much.
Just to add to that, the idea of continual learning is going to be necessary. By law, we have to update the Cybercrimes Act every 5 years. We're a little behind right now. That's just to show you how the technology and the process around cybercrime change rapidly. We have some laws on the books that have not been changed for 30 years, but cybercrime has it written in it that it has to be changed every 5 years. I think the same thing with the courses. And I personally believe that it could be compulsory that all educators do particular online courses Could we do a partnership with UTech over time just to keep themselves abreast? As a politician, most times people think we don't necessarily have to know anything. I was appointed to the Senate in 2020, and so far I have been forced to do 2 courses, one of which lasted an entire year. Can I say torture? An entire year through McGill University. So that's part of where the thrust is going. That person have to continually upskill themselves. But the regions, I think, are important. And as a politician, one of the things I've learned is quite often, even when you're not invited, you just have to turn up. Because politicians, we do it to seek votes, right? So I'm saying to my colleagues up here, my colleague gentlemen, maybe if the regions don't invite you to come and speak about these issues, it could be something organized through UTech, you know, I'm just questioning about the work. That UTech could take it up as something to do and say, write to the different regions. And so we started this thing here at UTech. And, you know, could we attend one of your regional meetings where your principals and teachers are gathered? Because I know they have these regional meetings from time to time. And this is replicated out in the field in the regions. So if we're not invited, you know, you write back again and you say, listen, I can bring a panel of 2 or 3 persons to come and speak to you about these issues as well.
So I hear that call, from experience with e-learning and what we used to do in training those teachers. You had to do a lot of motivation, a lot of cajoling.
So I'm glad you said that, because in fairness, you know, we talk about this all the time, like my colleagues, and I can't help but think, which teacher can do this? I was being real. A lot of teachers are under a lot of pressure. They're paid enough.
So well, answer the question. And create an online team.
Right.
So here's the thing.
And I'm going to touch on some stuff that Senator said. I'm going to touch on things to talk about. Teachers don't have time for it. Realistically, not paid enough. Anecdotal. And realistically, in some cases. Now, the thing about it is, what always works is motivation, right? If there is something that I'm going to get out of it, when I do this, I'm more inclined to participate. There are 2 things we need to do. 1, make it easy for them to get it. 1. But 2, when you do it, there must be something at the end that gives you the motivation to complete it. So, if any of us go and do online courses, whether it be to get a new certification or to recertify, the reason behind that is that when I go and engage a client and I say, oh yeah, I'm certified to do this, my money just gone up. Okay. If it is that we implement that kind of thing, so the KPIs and the pay scale regime for teachers, then they will be more motivated to participate in these things because there is a benefit at the end. So we can create out of the course and we can make it easy for them to access. But what's the motivation for them to go and do it? If there is no motivation to do it, if there is no reward at the end, however small or large it is, then they won't have. That comes from policy. So we make policy there. So what needs to happen is there needs to be some sort of policy initiative that says, look, given how things are changing, the landscape is changing, upskilling is important, but It must happen. If you do it, there are benefits. And then you get to the point where you can say it's not required. Because if you don't do it, then your chances of moving up the pay scale are limited. Right? So and again, all of that comes from policy. There is no motivation, and I don't think governments say that deliberately taking advantage of the fact that if you want people to grow, motivate them to do so. They have to do that.
So, does the institution have a studio?
What kind of studio?
I don't know, a studio to come in and create online courses, or a studio to create recording, TV, audio. There's a studio at campus. Okay. E-learning, do you have a studio?
Oh, I see where Chris is going, you know.
You see where I'm going? But before, hold on, any questions? Any questions in the audience? I know you have a question. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 questions in the room. But this gentleman had hand up from like about an hour ago, right? So online, I checked a lot of the comments for about audio quality. There's 2 questions. Okay. But that gentleman up there, yes, that gentleman, his hands up for like about an hour. Right? Come on. The gray shirts. Yeah. Right? That one. So go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Everyone there says something extremely wonderful. Yes, for big. I agree with you. All right, first, knowledge, hardware, and software, key things to start with this project. So, if you give me a computer, but not to use it, I cannot solve the problem. But if I have knowledge about the whole thing and with the required technology, both hardware and software, I am capable of solving the problem. Where am I going with this? Technology. Okay, so in schools, if you supply the school with the requisite technology, and the teachers are the administrators who have the knowledge to use the technology, it will make sense to do them. Good. So with the workshop seminar on what or within type of program that is happening, yes, we can also evaluate learning to get the teachers on board. Not, but don't generalize it. IT teachers with admins to take part in data security and all type of courses to equip them in managing network and based and battle cybercrime, protect the whole net. Right?
Thank you very much. So your name is?
Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis.
Rohan.
Rohan Lewis. So Rohan, one thing that here you kind of saw the document saying as a suggestion is that if we take part in some of these suggested courses and courses, seminars, workshops, we give ourselves some additional recognition, so to speak, but we also give our school an additional recognition to say, well, at this school, we have 4 certified or 4 trained, such and such. Therefore, we get more. When Andrew and his team are going to be issuing out technology, the schools that have the more technology certified people get more technology. I kind of read something in that there somehow. Anyway, when it's back that picture, but that's your place, right? Right? But that's kind of sound kind of interesting. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. Actually, I want to take an apology for me to have this question. I don't want to correct it. I served in French war for the Network Technical College. And currently, I serve in the Future Network. also. Yeah, a network of, future networks. Now, going by the question from talking of technical measures and human capital. If we have to implement that, means we're making the campus smart. That means we speak measurable, variable, depending on. That's it. Now we are using Wireshark for first network. Wireshark covers level 2 on OSI or data level, which is data level. Then how do we simulate the thread network layer, layer 4 and above? How do we simulate our routers and gateways and firewalls? We're talking about network, talking about securities here. Then you also, my friend here also talk about emerging technology. That's very, very important. I personally have to get a software from overseas for us to select 5G in this school. What we got is so if we are going by emerging technology, then they have to be put in place. I went to Australia because of the problem of the technical community. I went to Canada last year in Montreal. We have a future network work for India, if not because of COVID. So I've seen what they're using. If we compare what we are using, actually what we have is humans, in terms of human being, but technical know-how, the softwares, how to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That sounds very technical. Andrea, if you're eager to say anything, or Professor Shaw, because it sounds as if something directed specifically to here, new tech and use future tech. But then, go ahead. Those gentlemen, kind of like up there, please, answer there.
What I'm really unpacking from that is that, right now, as educational institutions generally, we're a bit behind, right? And you're right, when you compare it to resource rich, but the base level. Understand, but that in the first instance, we have to get persons up to at least a percentage of what you currently know. So we at least have to get that to go back to Rowan's point in terms of getting people who understand the technology and getting the technology in their hands for them to enhance that technology is a necessary first step. And for those of us who are a little bit more advanced, we'll be able to get access to the technologies and everything else to enhance what we have. But we do have to start at the level that we are. We have to meet people where they are and try to get persons first and foremost aware of what is out there and what we can take advantage of. Here's the thing. You don't go out and build a supermarket and then hope that people will come and buy. You do all your analysis, you do all your training, you put in all the technology around that. And then, you know that you are solving a problem that already exists. We could go in and we could get all the state-of-the-art equipment if we had the unlimited financial resources and put them in. And to Ron's point, nobody would know how to use them, so it wouldn't make much of a difference. But it's a valid point. We need to get there much quicker.
Thank you very much. Question up there.
Yes. Good day, everybody. I think the question is more to the senator. I realize that you're a fairly new senator.
As I said, 2020.
Yeah. For your name over here, concerns, that of President.
Believe.
What is the problem?
Senator.
Teacher?
Yeah. Okay. I heard you mention about when you're going about act and saying that harm, you're defining harm And you're saying that harm is based more on the message, but not the intent of it incorrect. That harm is about not the intent, but more the message. I was thinking that there are many, how do teachers protect themselves from that? Because there are a good intent, but then I'm hearing that the intent is not important. And it is important, but I'm hearing the message would have the more impact.
No, okay. I think you misunderstood. Let me just read exactly what the act says, right? It said, in determining whether the data would cause harm, the court may take into account any factors it considers relevant, including the context in which the data was sent, the characteristic of the recipient of the data. Characteristic means age, sex, relationship to the sender, the content of the data, the frequency with which the data was published. I'm going to leave out one of them, which we're still deliberating, and whether the defendants took any steps to retract the data after it was published or took any other action to mitigate the harassment or harm. So I think we're probably just completing a couple of things that I said. We define the harm as not just physical, which is how people often think of it, but also the psychological, and how someone feels. So those are the factors that are taken into consideration to determine the extent of the harm that was caused. And so the one who speaks to retracting the data, that goes to intent immediately. Because, for example, someone who did it by mistake will make efforts to retract whatever they sent. Someone who intended ill may not go that route. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Senator. Just quick point question. I heard from everybody that teachers must be aware, but to be honest, a lot of information that is published by the government, it is not, somehow we don't seem to get that information to us. It is only by word of mouth or somebody you might know who got a copy of the document or thing. So for example, this workshop today, I found out about it by chance. I'm very much into cybersecurity and that. So I'm thinking of, I have not had a colleague in St. Catherine. She wasn't aware of it. She wanted to be here. So I am saying that maybe groups working on these things can be blasted out to persons within the stakeholder. Yes. So different stakeholders, because this is very, 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 very important. That is very important. I can think about 20 persons who want to be here, right? But they weren't aware of it. And then the principal will not give them 3 days to come here and sit down. Right?
If I could respond to that. I like the passion with which you spoke and with which the panelists here have been speaking in relation to that specifically. This is something that e-learning and UTech jointly collaborated on along with the ministry. And there was a bulletin that was sent out. And we understand that would have possibly late, but we have tried very, very hard. And that's something that we have to move on in terms of the communication. So point taken. We're happy that you're here. The good thing is that this is being recorded and that it will be available for ongoing, so it will be permanent. That's one of the good things of the technology. The other thing that I wanted to touch on, and it's very important, is that sometimes in our passions, we sometimes forget that or don't recognize that a lot is being done and a lot has already started. What we really need to do is build on it and to make it better. And I think that's why I think UTech and our colleagues there are so important, because when we bring everybody together, we get all the minds and the thoughts together to help us what initiate something that's small, how it can get bigger in terms of how we're going to move this forward to get it out to everybody and to make the knowledge about cyber security cybercrime, and the whole matter of data protection. Oh, this is just the beginning. There's the infrastructure that relates to the region, which we can utilize. We can put courses online that are pre-recorded. I think that's why Chris asked the question of whether or not there's a student here, whether or not e-learning has one. That's something that we can work together on joint venture. We don't have to each have our own infrastructure, but we can utilize what is here to do that. And I'm so excited about this because we know that teachers, e-learning has been providing laptops to all the teachers, all 26,000 people. They receive laptops over the next year. We've already done about 13,000, 14,000, and the rest over the next fiscal to get devices so you'll be able to connect. So it's a lot of work in progress, a lot of moving parts, but the parts are coming together, and I'm really excited about what I'm hearing from the team here and the feedback I'm hearing, and we're taking everything on board.
All right, so folks, we're at we'll pass the point. There's another question. Okay, so 1 second. So it's not 12:30. We have 1 hour, but it was about most of it 1.5 hour for lunch, but under the Q&A, but only 1 hour for lunch. Just understand that. After lunch, same panel, and I think it thought here and still here, but same panel possibly the one more, and we're going to talk about awareness. So in alignment with what the gentleman said a while ago, it's all about awareness after this. So I left off the awareness component, which is discussed afterwards. But last question, and then Trevor has one if you want to. Afterwards. Go ahead, question.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. In a way, you actually did touch on awareness.
Name and where you're from.
Andrea Lawrence, UTech, and the teacher of statistics learning.
Okay.
All right, but I'm saying that in a way you did actually touch on the panel itself. You touched on awareness, and then from some of the teachers in terms of how would they know and so on. So what came to me was we have in Jamaica police, and their responsibility is to prepare the nation for disaster. What to do and how to do it. And what came to this is a lot of information. And if we look how many of our teachers are using it, how many are principals are hearing this information. And what I'm thinking is maybe we need a body separate to educate and disseminate information. Because one of the things that I realize is, yes, you may have sent the education to schools, but when you get to the school, they actually issue teachers. Or they teach the principal union or something like that. For something as critical as this, the person can get locked up. And our senator says, ignorance is not an excuse for the law, right? So I think where we need to go is a really involved body that disseminates information, goes into the school and trains teachers, train principals, educate them as the information is updated, and legislation is updated, and it is reviewed. That information will be then trickled down into the schools, and everybody is on board of what's going on. So I think we need to look closely at something like that. I think everybody involved around this technical measures, human resource calculation, and really help them to understand what is required.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. It's something that I know Professor Dahl hears things like that, he gets excited and he starts pumping up and all that.
That's a murder, but I was thinking about after I'm in school. Teaching cyber teaching consortium, something like that. So advocates an umbrella, they said for the teacher. I think we'll have to work on the mechanics of it quickly, probably before the end of the afternoon. Before the curriculum that require, what is a UTech perspective? Hold on, my question. I'm going to. Yes.
So this is going to be a little controversial. We like to depend on the government way too much. Now, There's an organization called the Jamaican Teachers Association. And what I would love to pose this association is that the likes of youth health or youth and so on. Enhance the capacity of its members in the cyber crime, security, data protection space. A teacher there said, something gets sent, I got up in on principal inbox and don't get sent. This can happen all the time, but it's not a fault of e-learning or UTech, right? It's not their fault. They did their job, they sent it up. What happens after that? It's out of their hands, because it is a function of interest, motivation. To overcome that, I think the relevant groups that represent you also have a responsibility. And these groups should also, because we have never mentioned that group at all, discussions as it relates to enhancing the capacity of the teacher. Right? That is a function of groups like that. They should be involved in these things. We should not leave them out at all. So I think it is important that, yeah, it's good that UTech wants to take initiative to do it, but we can engage an association of 20,000 teachers in its membership. Because I'm sure that the JTA has workshops to build the capacity of their teachers as well. This should be one of those things that's included. Now, if they wish to engage a UTech and then come and talk about it, right? But I think we need to look closely at the existing entities that are there, the existing conduits that are there, instead of creating more. Because when we start creating more, there's more confusion. Right? And why you're going to there are institutions that are already
institutions not necessarily
we're really and then let them incorporate they have to teach right? So, engage them, let them engage their membership, provide the code.
What's in addition to that, I'm going to read this. In addition, just remind everybody that all committees of parliament are televised live, and recordings can be found on PDCJ, which you can find by going on YouTube and putting in PDCJ, and then you bring up the committee that you want to see. So, for example, they are very boring, very, very boring. But if you're really interested in the topics, you can go and see what we discuss. So, for example, for cybercrimes, in another few weeks, as I said, it should be before both houses of parliament. You can see those deliberations. And there are some of us who, while the deliberations are happening, we check YouTube to see if anybody has posted any questions, and we try to address it when we're speaking. So you can participate and should participate as much as possible. Your parliament, your legislation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please round of applause. Thank you for the time. We come back. We're trying to come back exactly at 1:30 sharp. We're actually a little bit late. We're going to start the questions. So, anyone had any burning questions from this morning? This evening, we're going to talk about awareness. So, thank you very much. And yes, the folks online will should comment. The conversation has to be more intimate. The teachers, practical experiences. Some people say that they didn't hear about it until they start social media. So yes, it's all other things. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
All right, so everybody on Zoom, we're gonna take a short lunch break for about 40 to 50 minutes. So please do the same and thank you. Everybody on YouTube and Zoom. So I'm gonna put this on pause. The recorded session. So you're on pause. All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, colleagues. Just as you all had a good lunch, we are going to resume shortly.
Recording in progress.
Recording is back on. So we are now moving into the afternoon session, having concluded the morning segment. And that morning segment had us looking at two things. A deep dive, a very deep dive into the Cybercrime Act, which Mr. Forrest had done a wonderful job taking us through the act and some of the points of review on that act. The second segment that we had in the morning focused very specifically on, the whole area of the strategy, cyber strategy and policy that we ran over time on that segment. Now in the afternoon, we are moving to what is involved as a part of the cybersecurity awareness program for the schools. And in the afternoon segment here, we have Mr. Chris Records again moderating this panel. We have Senator Gale, who was with us yesterday, but he's also back today. We have Sir Chuck Cameron, who was with us as well yesterday and back with us today. We also have Senator Vegas from this morning with us still, and then I think we have the full panel here that will look. Trevor, yes, I indicated Trevor, and Trevor is actually also a member of this panel. It's a very important panel discussion to have in the afternoon, because leaving here by the end of Thursday, we should be having a full action plan coming out of these activities, just to sort of gauge the minds of those who are here today who may not have heard this yesterday, just to state to you as your moderator or a master of ceremonies rather for this event at UTEC, that these are the outcomes. Anybody joining on Zoom and YouTube for the first time, I am Sean Thorpe and I'm the Dean of Engineering and Computing here at UTEC, playing host to all very distinguished guests and to you, our audience, both on Zoom, YouTube, and in person. So we're going to hand over to Master Chris.
Thank you very much. And welcome back. I think we lost about, I don't know, just under 50 people here in the room before going to lunch. I think we have lost maybe about 15 or 20 of the people. But the online, yes, I heard that, yes, but online, I'm not counting online. I can't
No, we have 80 persons here.
80 online, lost 15 online also. But that's not that lunch. So before lunch, mainly focused around the cybersecurity strategy and some of the learnings from that very important discussion, highlights from Senator Cameron from where the act is now, components in there that are new, I think that we learn. Very important bit of information to let at the end. People may not realize how important it is to actually, and that's kind of boring, she said it is boring, but when there is a piece of law that's being argued, discussed, promulgated, you should actually invest the time to actually take in the proceedings, watch the proceedings online. There are times, and I'm not knocking all media, but there are times sometimes when headlines don't necessarily convey the exact message that was delivered at the event. It's better you listen, watch, for yourself. So that was a good recommendation coming out of Senator Rodriguez's discussion earlier. So what we want to talk about right now is the awareness campaign. What should be done? What needs to be done? We heard some feedback from the gentleman from St. Thomas saying that, look, it's just by the skin of the teeth, my words, that they've actually heard about this thing, right? He almost missed it. And he at least knows maybe 20, 30 people who easily would have wanted to be here. And we also saw some feedback online from some folks online that said the exact same thing. One person said they just started on social media and joined. So the awareness of the awareness event is we need to figure out how to improve that. There was suggestions by Trevor Forrest around engaging the larger organizations of which the stakeholders are members to see if they would participate. But sometimes they try these things that for whatever reason not happen. So we're here this afternoon to discuss awareness, and awareness of what cybersecurity, not just cybersecurity strategy as a document itself, but just awareness of cybersecurity. I had interesting discussion about that at lunch around ways to handle this. Cybersecurity has become a critical concern in the education sector. Schools and universities increasingly rely on technology to deliver learning and administrative services. With the rise of online learning, cloud computing, and other digital tools, education institutions are facing an ever-growing number of cyber threats. In his presentation this morning, outlined and surprised a lot of people because everyone guessed what industries were the most attacked, and when the numbers actually were on the screen, everyone was like, "Whoa, no way!" And it's not by a little bit, it's not by 1% is educational industry overall. I mean, by far. And one of the reasons is that, hey, look how full the room is. There's not a lot of people in the education sector actually learning about this thing. So students, teachers, administrators, and all stakeholders are all vulnerable to cyber threats, whether through phishing scams, malware, or other cyber attacks. Cybersecurity awareness and education are critical to ensuring that everyone in the cyber education sector understands the risk and knows how to protect themselves and their data. So, without any further delay, let's jump in to have this discussion around the cybersecurity and education sector. And so, with all of that, we have our panel. These folks have been introduced already. So there are data privacy consultancy expert, there's cybersecurity expert, and then most important one can build the lawmakers. Right? There are the lawmakers. There's law, we got the policymakers. Right? The policymakers. You might not consider that she's important, but she's a lawmaker. But we think that they are important because based upon what is written on that piece of paper, then we can go to jail or not go to jail, right? So, the discussions, my notes to myself around this topic is around a few areas that I want to categorize them. Cybersecurity awareness programs in schools and education sector should involve a number of components: curriculum integration, training for teachers, and that. We ended the last segment talking about some of that student awareness, parental involvement. So almost little or not about parents earlier, right? Parental involvement, general cybersecurity policies for school. I don't know how many schools, and you guys know, that actually have a cybersecurity policy that is, written on a wall or stuck somewhere, right? I have 2 children in school still, and I don't recall getting any email or anything about anything around cybersecurity from them. And then, of course, regular stuff. So the high level of American most semester, I'm sure. So I don't know if I want to do the nice honors of like ladies first. What are your thoughts around this whole thing that we will be discussing around cybersecurity awareness within the sector?
Right. I think I said this morning, I think it's very, very important. What is happening today? I'm really saddened that more teachers aren't here, or educators. I did not say teachers with this soon. Data teaching council bill coming that use the word education. Yes, so I understand that this is being held during the week. So a lot of classroom teachers couldn't be here, but I would have loved to see more, at least principals here to understand. But I think those of us who are here, we have a responsibility to spread the word. And as a former teacher myself, I like to things simple. If each person in this room make a commitment to post about this workshop on a minimum of 2 platforms and tag at least 5 persons, you'll be helping to spread the word significantly. So I think that's one of the first things. We have to get the message out. To repeat something I said earlier this morning, we also need to ensure that regional meetings that are already being planned, this gets on the agenda as well. And as educators yourself, you can request that of your region, that this goes on the agenda. Now, putting some responsibility to educators themselves, watch the proceedings. Actually, I was so happy to see Senator Hale because tomorrow, Cybercrimes Committee meets at 2, and he's chairing at 10 a.m. I mean, I've turned up late. But he's chairing the meeting tomorrow because Minister Barnes will not be here. So hear what is happening, because tomorrow is going to be specifically important because the DPP, am I correct, will be presenting, because as I said, you can write anything in law. If the prosecutor can't use it, it's practically useless. So the DPP is coming in tomorrow to help us to just fine tune some of the details and some of the questions we have. But, you know, sometimes when we think about cybersecurity, we think high tech. But a simple thing like every school having a shredder goes a far way. Every single school needs a shredder or 2. Stop throwing people's documents in the regular garbage. Tearing it in 2 doesn't help either. What you need to do is to shred the documents, because you're protecting date of birth, you're protecting addresses, you're protecting very vital information. So, and I would love to see, and of course I'm putting UTech on the spot, from a partnership between PSOJ and whichever entity. I would love to see a partnership between PSOJ and whichever entity takes the lead on this issue, getting this promulgated through the educational institutes, because PSOJ is heavily reliant on a labor force, and a labor force that is informed is a stronger labor force. And a labor force that comes to you already with the knowledge to not break the law, whether purposely or not, is helpful. And I think that argument can be made to the PSOJ. I think you're right. So, I know that is why I said PSOJ, because he's the chairman of what's the committee called?
Innovation and Digital Transformation.
There we go. So I think a partnership like that would help significantly to get things going. And if persons in this room do not read any other section of this piece of legislation, read section 9, the new version. Section 9 is key. It's the most, it has been the most controversial, even from the previous sitting of the Joint Select Committee. It is very important. The new version of section 9 is learned and understood by all educators. And always keep in mind, it's not always about the person doing things to educators. It's also your approach to students can be misinterpreted. As Trevor said earlier, emails have no tone really. And it's also that person could use the educational institutions and its facilities to commit crimes such as distribution of material, child abuse, cyberbullying, and cyber threats. So think of it on both sides whenever you think about cyber crimes that can be committed within an educational institution.
Thank you very much, Senator. Anyone else wants to contribute? Next Senator wants to weigh in on some thoughts on this matter.
So, good afternoon again, colleagues. So let me start where Natalie left off in terms of the partnership. I always abide by a particular principle as a trade union that we cannot work alone. And so you're in the room today as educators. And yesterday we would have established a national program for data control management. And so we want to promote the same type of awareness for cybercrime. So, Prof. Sean, do we have the same level of commitment that we had yesterday? And so what we're talking about is a merger in terms of the commitment. And when we meet like this and we create an action, the action is going to be created coming out of this forum this week. That we have taken a position coming out of all participants that this is the action that we're going to take. Now, out of the two, data protection and cybercrime, this is the one that to me is most striking. Because guess what? We all use social media. We all use email. We all conduct transactions on our own behalf. And we are all exposed. So managing how we use the digital platform in terms of our own security is important. And we have to understand that the risk of exposure is great. And you have some very serious criminals out there. And as part of the discussion during the deliberations, we have to identify the issues and the exposure to risk in terms of the possible criminal attacks, narrow down the criminals, and be able to prosecute them. Now, Natalie mentioned, and it was Chris who indicated that we are the lawmakers. We are at the end of the spectrum. That at the end of the day is we are going to be the ones to say yay or nay. But before you implement a piece of legislation, it's important that we interrogate that legislation. And the interrogation of that legislation comes with a demand to change behavior. But to change behavior, people have to be aware, and we have to get the feedback. So this is where the evaluation really starts. Because as lawmakers, we are going to put at the brightest, some people might pretend that we are the brightest persons, but we have to canvass the information from you in order to ensure we make the policy. We can make policies from the top, make policies from the people within. That's why we are having this engagement. We inform the policies. And so it promotes the change in behavior. So in my mind, this is one of the most frightening things because you have to talk about protecting your password, to be aware of what rules you have in an education system. And Chris, you spoke about that you have never seen in an education institution the promotion of anything around cybercrime. I said it yesterday that people believe that the impact of cybercrime is an attack on like banks, financial institutions. That might be a fact. You don't hear it because the banks not reporting. And the banks don't report it because they're ashamed for reporting it. And we have said that there ought to be an element of reporting these activities because that's the only way you're going to continuously identify the threats. Now, when you did the assessment earlier on this morning, then you identified that education institutions are the ones that are open to the risk of the threat. And never forget the ransomware on NCU. And if you get away with it, then it's likely that the criminals are going to move towards another institution. Just like how they are attacking the ABMs and the ABM custodians, and they move from one bank 1 month ago, they move to another bank, the potential of the risk exists. So in this case, in terms of the cyber crime, let's start identifying the risk. Let's create the awareness and let's move towards the protection. So I want to use that, utilize that in terms of the awareness as my opening comments.
Thank you very much. Your thoughts and comments.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. For some reason, I feel this is a very sobering conversation for me. I don't know why. It's just a very sobering conversation. So just to put the conversation in context, I know it's important. Very often when we meet as educators, when we meet as parents, and when we think about the context and environment in which we operate, people are always asking, what is the school doing to protect our children? So before COVID, it would be a common event or common occurrence for there to be some event to raise funds, to build the fence, to make it secure. There'll be yesterday I used the word hue and cry, and it didn't go down well, but I like those words. They're in response to schools in volatile areas, there are hue and cry, so have metal detectors to scan people coming in who should have places in our schools, all sorts of controls to protect the physical environment. When COVID came, children no longer came to school. We equipped these children with devices that they never had before, gave them access to the internet that they never had before, and we're not going to expose them to persons in their immediate community, expose them to persons and criminals all around the world with no sort of control whatsoever. All of us who have children will tell their children, don't talk to strangers on the road. You don't want to know who that person is talking to. You know their well, but everybody well, we usually want to know who their friends are. When we give them this internet device, this access device, and we don't have a clue who they're talking, who they're meeting up with, or any idea of what's going on. So if it is, we as parents and educators don't take matter aware of the real threats that we are exposing our children to. They're not the ones that skip school and go somewhere that they're not supposed to go, like we used to be in Oregon. No, we put the device in their hand. They put the device in their hands, but actually give them internet. There were disincentives for us to skip school. You know the consequences that would have followed that taught to the bright students like me. Never got caught. Never got caught.
It might be retrospective.
And when I want to let go. Right. But we're not disincentivizing them by giving them all the meaning. Going to all of these different that we are about controls. And cybercrime is real. So having painted that very broad picture, so I actually was approached to consult on the first prosecution of the cybercrime act under Section 9. And guess what? That prosecution had something to do with a school and persons at a school. That was the first prosecution under the legislation. And this is where
there's a relationship coming here, and a feeling. Or an alleged relationship. So what we're speaking about isn't in a vacuum, that doesn't have anything to do with it. And I think that's why I feel very sober talking about this conversation, because it's very real and the consequences impact lives and death. So we're not talking about fines or penalties or jail time now. We're talking about whether or not our child is going to be kidnapped or not. We're talking about whether or not our child is going to commit suicide or not. And I have a tendency to talk in a dramatic sense, but these are the real life issues that I believe are grappling with. I can't see it another way. Now, what are some of the awareness strategies to help bring this sort of awareness to the educational community at large? So we have overlooked bring a child's advocate here, because we're speaking about education, but we do have protectors or protect our children, or an advocate for our children. So we do want to think about how do we involve the children advocate on our national awareness program like this. Because prior to now, I have seen where she has sought to do some work in this space. Was it on a sustained basis? I can't speak to that, but there have been issues. I am anxious from a personal level and from a design privacy level to see data protection, cybersecurity clauses in school. Let us not talk about education as learning how to use Microsoft Word or Google or Google Sheet. Let's have some cybersecurity clauses. In the business world, you have red team and blue team and those sort of things. Why don't have red team and blue? As games, students play in classes. So I think we want to get our students' councils in place, in activated, because they have over time demonstrated that they're very efficient, active advocates for themselves. So while we're speaking about cybercrime and data protection in the schools, let us get them involved as champions and as active participants in the exercise. And those are my opinions.
So, thank you very much. I think it was a fantastic suggestion about that. That's some sort of study. I really love that idea. I'm not sure how many people saw it. You know, it was social media, whether it's TikTok or Insta, if they ever mention a TikTok word again, I need to be careful. That were upset with me online. But there was a skit going around on Instagram where I try my best to force the algorithms to show me content that is educational around technology and cybersecurity. Yeah, with a wine, right? But I saw this one just last week, and some cybersecurity professionals were making a point. I don't know in what context, but it showed them talking to a parent, explaining to them that, look, your daughter, you kind of engage in some strange activity online, communicating with people that you don't know, right? Mother said, no, not my daughter, would never do anything like that. Never, ever. And they said, okay, so can you work with us and just show you what's happening? Okay, so the mother was there for the entire, the email sent, the communication back and forth, to the direct messaging, setting up the meeting time when we're going to meet, and she said, my daughter would never turn up that thing. So, like, the mother would be in the room. Right? So when the daughter came, the taxi dropped her off, and she at the door, and the strange people and the car in the room, the mother was standing up there. By the way, they put the mother behind, right? And she just stood there with that, lighting in a very, we're moving there, one of them, And her came in the room, and she stood there, and she looked around, because of course, everything was strange, it was in the room. And of course, I turned on the lights, and the person with the mask was there. And of course, the mom went for a circle, and then off her mask. And you know, it went into deeper engaging arguments. How you spoken about this with our family? So all of that is around the whole parental involvement, and you know, even just all day yesterday, this morning, are we touching on all the stakeholders? But because I realized, and you brought up something about Chuck that I didn't even think about. Yes, you know, the chat should be allocated. This stakeholder group is wider than we just. It comes natural to us. So your comments.
Yeah, no, so
I think everybody here is parents, right? We're all parents. Okay, so
you can see why I mentioned participation, but I think what's emerging here is another definition or revisiting as teachers have a new responsibility to students. Parents have some new responsibilities to children. Family has some new responsibilities to family. And I think what the whole idea, so look at this. We're talking about public awareness and education. Right? You have a very important in that. Now, in order to educate, you must be aware. You must have the knowledge as well. And think about the space when you're being asked to impart some knowledge, to monitor, children who in many instances so far as understand some of these technologies. But the truth of the matter is, this is the way things are going now. There are some of the responsibilities that we have. This is how your job is evolving. And when we start to look at it, I try to look at it now from national level, where we don't have a choice as a country. That's competing for our market. So you live here or you want to move on to somewhere, it's change. Because if we intend to exist in this dispensation, a digital society is something for awareness about going digital, awareness about all of the factors that they go down that road. Huge part of it starts with awareness and education. That education starts in places at home and it starts at some very young age, from school all the way. So it is very important that you the educators, so that you can impart the knowledge on those who are coming up in so that they don't go astray. I think it's very important also what much mentioned. We really need to start to see clubs in schools that are geared at increasing the awareness that way. Yeah? One thing that I was a little concerned about, so when the cyber security trustee was launched in 2020, my challenge is that we had with that the first component that was really rolled out was the public education and awareness component for security. And the only, well, no, that's the first group that was engaged to facilitate the banks. Because again, money, when next to the money for that and so on. But what we never did was one, that aspect was didn't look at new avenues, the school, right? The home. So there were a lot of efforts. In my mind, I think what we have is greater awareness originating in the schools, and hopefully, put some pressure on our policy to facilitate that kind of thing in schools, but also to make it evident that as parents, guardians and so on, have a responsibility to ensure that, look, we let our kids know, we let our friends know, our friends' kids know about the ways they are functioning. Because we give them the tools. It's not all the time that we know what they're doing. So we all have this responsibility. The educators have a new form of responsibility in this, and I think that the importance cannot be overstated at all. I mean, your role in this is extremely important as it relates to public awareness and the education as it relates to cybercrime.
So my general, thank you very much. My general research suggests that the key components, cybersecurity awareness, in schools and education sector, it's taught and suggestions that some schools have whether they teach computer science, whether they teach IT. Of course, everyone teaches math. So are there any thoughts around suggestion? And I don't know how long it takes for us to really change anything in the curriculum. But I know that's not, again, as a former teacher, right? I taught electronics and electrical principles at school. Where do we begin with curriculum integration? Or where should we begin? Are there any thoughts on that?
Policy. You would have heard a couple of weeks ago over reintegrating civics. Where did it go? It was there, but we just stopped teaching it. It was always there. There's a policy that said civics is part there, but we stopped teaching it. Why? So then what happened? Somebody came back and said, we're bringing civics back. Well, that's what needs to happen. There needs to be some policy initiative or directive that says, listen, even where we're going as a nation, these aspects are important and must be included. Once you do that, then something that ought. That's my quick viewpoint on that.
So my perspective is a little different. I do not believe we should try and integrate it in the curriculum. Reason being, but first let me clarify. Carmen and I are lawmakers, not policymakers. The policymakers are the persons who sit in cabinet, and neither of us sits in cabinet. So we do lawmaking. Just want that clarification. But I don't think we should try and integrate it into the curriculum. Up until about 6 months ago, nearly every joint select committee of the parliament that I sit on, I started thinking, where could this be integrated into the curriculum? And there's so many things that we want to happen, and we think the curriculum is the best place for it. But what happens is the curriculum gets bundled with too many things for too many teachers are being pulled too many different ways to push too many different things, and it takes forever to change a curriculum. Instead, the routes that Chuck suggested, the extracurricular clubs, are a good way to do it. I believe Jamaica is a society where people learn a lot from jingles, and for example, I caught my daughter singing the COVID-19 vaccine jingles, they're grown, by the way, but they're so into the jingles, the catchy tunes. So I believe we should use the public broadcasting systems, whether it's GIS or PBCJ or whatever it is, adverts, but not try to integrate it because it takes forever to make those changes.
So I don't think changes, because let's look at high school and university. IT is already in the curriculum. What we're talking about is saying that as part of what's already things.
But what happens with teachers and forgive me for speaking on your behalf, but as a former teacher myself, what I found out is that you have to make a choice. Do you teach for what you think children should learn or for an exam? And unless it's going to come on the exam, most teachers do not have the space or the room to teach those issues because the exam curriculum is already extremely heavy. So it's ideal to want in the curriculum, but if we really want action, you shouldn't try to put anything else. And teachers will tell you, it's very hard to change it. Exceedingly hard.
Look, I wave around the idea. Or when I would go on entrenched philosophy and principle within an institution. Now, if we go curriculum has to be a national instrument. If we go the philosophical way in terms of an entrenched principle, then everybody can buy in. The curriculum is that you might want to have a specialized teacher, specialized subject that every student might not find attractive to attend to. They are going to pick that subject. But if we find a medium entrenched in the school that, look, this has to be a program where it will interface with every student and every teacher, then we can have an approach going forward. Why I'm very concerned about this, is that in the physical world, you can watch your son or daughter play football, netball, cricket, track and field. You're seeing that. But in this digital world, it's a virtual world where you don't know who they are interfacing with behind that screen. And this digital platform continues to change and change rapidly. So right now we have to entrench this awareness around the protection. And we have to start from an early age. We could start from preschool. And we take it up to the stages in terms of the learning and development. Because you don't know what, as a parent, what that child is exposed to. And, the repetition is the art of learning. The parent can't do it alone. Teacher have to assist. And the school administration also have to assist.
Thank you, sir. So my question is, how much do we want to make a difference? We have Pierre Soje here, who remind me of the title. Innovation and digital transformation. We have a youth here, in letter Professor Paul, who shows that any innovation and drives anything that communicates. We have an e-learning here that used to have one for money. So this is about Yes. Yes, outside of your traditional schools of thought and the traditional approach. We're going back to the children. We're building on the club ideas. We are how children learn, what catches the attention of children, and how one can capture the attention of children, something totally different. We have heard of the concept of games, like we have heard of the concept of games. if you haven't heard of the content, we have the longest, most successful running game show in the school challenge quiz, all in all. All. That's the longest running show in the school challenge quiz. My thing is, how do educators, how does the PSOJ, the innovation, transformation team that have access, how does the youth, how do we come together and build some sort of competition, but not only competition, some computer game, competition that how children relate today, with how they learn today. How do we get them involved in that way from our awareness program? Because we're talking about policy, talking about curriculum, talking about all of those things. Our children will have children before any of those things happen. So
I have a suggestion.
Yes,
for the
please.
file. I think that's where Chuck is going. Based on what was said this morning to now, I think the call for action really is us developing a cybercrime team, within the university environment. Cybercrime TV would take into account the e-learning simulation that are needed to pass this on to the schools. Yesterday, we advocated that we need 30 data protection officers to be trained at the end of the session. We'll do a 6-week program. I know you probably don't like it, but I think you might need to have a framework job that does it, because
what relevance is TV to any child?
no, I'm not starting with the child. I'm not talking to the child.
Interacting.
Yes. No, don't use the word TikTok. Everyone that's supposed to go back. No, a cybercrime channel, remove the words. A channel where we as a university, the PSOJ and so, because we said PSOJ work on that 311, for example, crime tip after. That is over here.
So a call to action.
Call to action.
We cannot be trying to solve this without having children involved in this.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
But that's what is clear, having this teaching, because they live in a different world and we cannot build solution and awareness campaigns for them.
But I was advocating first at the start with the educators, because at the low-hanging fruit here, seeing that within the room, the educators through your chair, is that we have a way of disseminating information to them, which is what I heard Chris trying to argue earlier with the e-learning content, and the university working on board to help prepare that content to disseminate it. But that's a special project where we start disseminating the content to the educators. I will agree. I don't think we should go and touch the curriculum. Curriculum takes too long, so it should be special initiative that have deliberate intention. Not sure how much Chris, if you're sure, let me hear.
Just
go ahead. I don't say the question.
understand where Trump is talking this argument. In that he said that if we make the policy to target a certain segment of society, then in making that policy, let us interface with those that we're going to target so that we're better able to assist them. Now, as a trade unionist, if we're going to inform policy for a group of workers, we have to talk to the workers. And so in this case, if you're going to identify with reaching the child's needs, then interface with the child, and then that will inform the policy direction. Thank you.
Since the lawmaker speaks the policy.
And like I said, it's just that's why I think that couple learn this whole thing.
sustainability.
Ideas around that can galvanize and push another.
We're set up for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jason Knox, Community College. All right. I'm sitting here listening, right? And I'm thinking that cybersecurity is not only, we're not looking at one sector, we're looking at the nation. So I think we need to educate the entire nation, right? So we have national campaigns over and over. We had COVID, there was a national campaign. HIV, there was a national campaign. So how can we reach out to the stakeholders? Let them partnership with a UTech, e-learning Jamaica, or educators and see how we can come up with this national campaign that will seek to educate the parents, the students, teenagers, the whole digital network. So it's good that we're having this conversation. So, but I personally believe that we should focus not only on the student, but nation as a whole. So, for example, digital billboards on the road talking about cybercrime because it affects each and every one of us. Thank you.
So just to touch on really quickly. Absolutely right. Have you ever driven around Branston? Okay. You see where? Let's find a common. As part of this national cybersecurity strategy, right? Part of a national effort because the sort of national thing. There were billboards. In fact, there's an entire wall Branston that was repurposed to convey the information that was in this strategy / policy, right? But we found that, as we go to different communities and so on, national level thing. So here's the thing. What you find is there's always a problem, sustainability. It started this year, and this year is stopped, right? Sustainability. I'll tell you why they're broken or not. If you intend for the thing to continue, this government and any other government to come after it, policy will transcend the administrations that identifies the money and the message that will continue. They don't have that, when stop halfway. Right? It will stop. So and when we talk about national things, if you know about national policy that says we are going to go digital, and because we're going to go digital, here are the critical things that possible. And this is where the money must go. And all it does not.
Yes, good afternoon.
Name and where you're from.
I'd like to make a comment in relation to the philosophical side. I suppose there's a general public awareness campaign for the society's one. But I want to dispel the view that no policy exists with respect to the integration of it. In the national school curriculum, that is the basic of it with the integration of STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and maths along with STEM. When you are teaching, let's say you're teaching banking and finance. You're supposed to indicate these things as part of the technology of part and the impact that it will have on business So what I'm saying is that if you do not have it in that way, then it means that it will not be sustainable. So what you will find in terms of what we'll call an intentional curriculum is one that is flexible, where you're supposed to also teach the student the pathway, career pathway. So if they are looking at ATM as a part of the innovation in terms of business and technology, what type of jobs can you get out of it? So it is how you prepare. There's much more to be done to sort of what we say, integrate. And that is what we need to strengthen in terms of the methodology that is now part and parcel of what the curriculum is built out of grade 9. There is some ambivalence with 10 and 11 because 10 and 11 goes to safety. So therefore, it needs a little bit more to ensure that we are using a project-based learning approach and problem-solving approach in order to deliver it. Why? Because we are here talking about cybersecurity, but we cannot control AI. It's out there, we have access to it. So the fact is how we are going to deliver critical thinking in terms of it. And it doesn't matter 10 years time or whatever, it's how you develop that cognitive and other aspects of it to address that. So I beg to defer that it's not the curriculum. What we can do is strengthen the teacher education curriculum to ensure that we transition into the new school, the national school curriculum in much way. But sustainability works there. And I'll say something. There was a time when some years back, let's say business education was in commercial business, it was never in university. And it started out with the universities offering its own lecturers certificates in management. And many people shift from Latin and everything else that they used to teach and begins this new pathway for new economies. And after that, the CEDA gave funding that set up a technical education department that started to train. And from the training of technical education teachers, it diffused right down into the education system, and that is why it is commonplace. Sustainability and long term, we have to infuse it and diffuse it for it to be there. But there are short term aspects of it.
Thank you very, very much for that. So that is kind of sort of curriculum integration, talking about touching the training for teachers, and then of course, just in general policy. So I found another hand up with over there.
I just wanted to say, coming out of this, we come here from yesterday to bring a panel. And I indicated that I wanted and preferred a type of engagement that is also coming from the participants. And what I'm seeing happening is a question of a brainstorming. And Prof. Sean, I'm hoping that we are recording all of these submissions, recommendations that can fuel intent of where we're going. Now, Jason, you made a very important point in terms of creating a level of awareness and a national effort. And we have earthquake awareness, we have hurricane awareness, but those are responses to shocks that we can physically feel and that nobody wants to feel. The challenge we have is that this cybersecurity is not something that everybody feels, but everybody needs to be aware of. And so we have to find a way to create that level of awareness to make everybody knowledgeable on the risk and exposure and the impact. But what it requires is that it requires a team effort, identifying those when ADVEN gets to the table. ADVEN brings a lot of stakeholders have interest group to the table, that each one has a responsibility. We have to identify that kind of approach so that when we speak of the awareness, there is the sustainability of it. It carries on. Right now, it's not fashionable. It's not a cloth that everybody wants to wear, a type of shoes or a type of shirt that everybody wants to wear. It's not fashionable. But we have to find a way to make it fashionable so that it becomes attractive to people. And so the consistency of beating the door, beating a drum so that everybody can hear, walking around the walls of Jericho until it falls down. That's the type of approach that we're going to have to take with this, because it's not fashionable. It's not earthquake and it's not hurricane or everybody, so everybody not going to buy into it.
But I think, especially Chairman, if you allow me, one of the recommendations that the committee that Carol and I sit on, we are recommending that there be an obligation on financial institutions to report even in an anonymous manner to the BOJ the aggregate number of cyber fraud cases. Because what's happening now is most times the banks, the financial institutions keep it secret because of reputation.
Stroke about the reporting
And they're not reporting, as you mentioned, and what's a recommendation that's coming out here is that a clause be added that the financial institutions must report, even if it's anonymously, must report, because that will help us. And just to give you an idea, in 2017, there were 65 active cases tried under this act. Sorry, 6 inactive cases and 26 were disposed of. In 2018, 61 active cases, 2 inactive, and 12 were disposed. In 2019 and 2020, a total of 83 new cases were filed.
Is that right?
Yes, 103 cases were disposed and 117 are pending. I don't have the 2021 and 2022. So it's for us even to know this, because even educational institutions, if something happens in your school relating to a cyber crime, first of all, you have to know that it's a crime. And then secondly, that you can and should report it, because quite often there is somewhere that it can be taken and action can be taken, because if the data is not collected, we'll live in a bubble and believe nothing is happening in Jamaica with cyber crimes. And that's definitely not the situation.
If I may, do you share? So this is where the data, we can leverage the data protector and understand the role that the data protector. The reality is that most cases of cyber crime or cyber fraud is some sort of incident under the Data Protection Act. But every suspected incident, you have a duty to report that to the Information Commissioner within 72 hours. Well, as of December 1, but the thing is that we already have that law in place. So we don't want to see the relation. So I'm very clear in suggesting that there are two different things, but they do overlap, and this is one such instance. And when we think about the power of the Office of the Information Commissioner, I don't know if the lawmakers understand. Well, one of the lawmakers that were here yesterday did not demonstrate my picture, but that she's one of the most powerful offices in Jamaica. She has the power to know, she has the power to investigate, she has the power to sanction, she has the power to issue administrative fine, she has the power to prosecute. Yes, I'm not so the data protection framework, because it flows from protecting the right to information and privacy, which are human rights. That office has tremendous powers that can be leveraged to address and bring the sort of awareness that is necessary. So on behalf of the committee, Christopher, and different journals. We do want to really further empower and embolden and support that office that already can play an active role in awareness around cybercrime and cyber protection.
Looks lots of other parts. Not only that person out there, but all panelists looks.
Thanks so much.
From where?
Okay, let's see better than that.
There's an opportunity for some convergence between the two legislation. From the perspective of reporting data breaches, the Data Protection Act requires that an organization has to report a data breach, as Chuck said. But the data that we're talking about, the breach that we're talking about, it is in regards to a specific data set, personal data, and does not necessarily cover breaches, other types of breaches. So what could constitute a cyber security breach could merely just be a data protection incident and may not require reporting to the Office of the Commissioner, right? So in looking at the revision of the cybercrimes legislation, there ought to be an opportunity to look at that. Which is why when we made a submission, Simtai made a submission to the Joint Select Committee, we were saying it is time we start having the conversation about a cyber security legislation which will mandate some type of reporting happening from the general perspective. But the Data Protection Act only deals with a subset of data, and you have to validate that a breach of personal data has occurred before the reporting requirements.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Question about that.
Good afternoon, everyone. From the Selassie High School. We make sure to spread the awareness is by using the social media sites. And even the students who are popular on social media schools, but integrate short jingles or whatever and have those have been pushed to the students. Like when they're playing the video games that happen pop up, and they'll hear that jingle and remember it. And they will be able to keep a competition to say which school or whatever can come up with the best jingle, and have the schools participate in it. The competition.
So that's what talk to me. Cause
That's a call to action. There's a call to action. And that National Cyber Security Club that you're asking for. That's a sandbox, right? That's the actual sandbox. Can I call it that? Because you're the man who goes out to the sandbox. So I'm thinking through it carefully to suggest that if we pilot a project, an experimental project, this is the academic stuff, an experimental project consistent with recommendation from your pilot here, where we have this National Cyber Security Club. Inside that club, we can start looking at the material that can be disseminated in social media. We can do different things in there. That's the framework, I think, that sounds like could work here to have a proof of concept to action.
One second, so, excuse me, so you have at your school a club like that you talk about social media stars within your school?
Unfortunately, then the football team or the club team, and the students follow them. Okay, so what they do is when they come back, when we take back and they dance to what the football students are dancing.
Gotcha. Okay.
They catch them to it.
Understood.
So just to segue from one the presentation from yesterday from the representative of Mr. Bars, she spoke to a program that was being funded that involved acquiring videography tools to outfit and train children. So how to use these tools, and then they're going to be using that in a campaign I don't remember what the nature of the campaign was. It does not have to be that grand. The fact of the matter is that we are already accessing grant funding or something like that. But it's really driven from the level of the gentleman from Hills that's been speaking about. Everybody has phones or all content creators. We just need to incentivize them to create content. We're all content creators in one way or the other.
Just a shameless plug for the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance. We're now starting a program to get more participation from schools by setting up or assisting clubs, schools to set up clubs that is centered around technology and digital. So that's also another medium. So you can also reach out to the JTBA, or for those of you who are familiar with the Jamaica Computer Society. It's the former Jamaica Computer Society, now JTBA. So they have started and launched in a couple of schools around the corporate area and forging ahead to build their membership through these clubs.
As we move toward closing time, stuff you have.
Sure, yeah.
Yes, the stuff you have there now. So as we toward closing time, it's 10 minutes to 3 right now. Before we take that question, and for while the question comes up, consideration, folks, we've heard a few times talk of additional stakeholders. I would love to get some idea from the panel as to who these additional stakeholders should be to be involved in something like this. So while we get that question, prepare to just everyone to throw that door. Okay, is it JTA, JTA, the PSOJ? I mean, let's call all the various associations and see how high the pile goes before we get to that, because it may end up being what this become a national thing. So just these, because this started out, by the way, something focused specifically on the education sector, because we just didn't believe our teachers and students knew what was going on as it relates to the Data Protection Act. But it does move from Data Protection Act to Cyber Security Strategy to now the Cyber Crimes Act. It's getting broader and broader and broader. So interestingly enough, the PSOJ's committee, the Innovation and Digital Transformation Committee, one of the things, by the way, Trevor was sitting on the committee, I don't know why I just called my name alone. And Trevor on the committee, right? So one of the things that we're doing is putting together a paper, a thought paper around, position paper around Jamaica as a digital society. Interestingly enough, I was very happy to hear Minister Green yesterday speak about that at the beginning of the presentation. I went over and watched it again last night, but I need to make sure I take notes from that, to take to my other meetings to say, look, this is what the Minister is talking about. We need to ensure that these things are part of our paper. Right, so who else should be involved in this dispensation? But jump to the question there, and then we'll come back to everybody. Okay. So guess what? That already exists. October is National Cyber Security. Hold on, I'm just saying, October is National Cyber Security Awareness Month. That's already there, globally. So what we need to now do is through education, maybe e-learning, the JTA, we choose a day in October, right? And then maybe now this is when we dovetail call to action again, dovetail this new club idea, and it launches there. So great suggestions, thanks for that. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so
We need to get the price for most last questions of the week. Go ahead.
okay, so I'm not there. Real life situations, scenarios, bring it towards the students, allowing them to help resolve the whole situation. The gentleman here spoke about subset of data regarding the state. This is regarding data. All right, so with real life different institutions, the education sector and financial over there, the income attacks. In order to resolve these different cyber attacks, we have to know what they are undergoing, what type of attacks they are. Use that as a scenario, bring it into schools, as in the persons who are learning cyber security as a program. Help them to know what's really happening, or the persons who are undergoing situation. No, that's how critical thinking. We allow the students who are learning these programs develop their mind what strategy they can face to resolve problems. So once you put in real life situation schools, allow the students to develop critical thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. That's a great suggestion.
Brilliant. I'm glad that you overall my performance.
It's a great suggestion. But a part of that is tied to the reporting, right? And the details of the reporting. So, like, for the ICO, the Information Commissioner's Office of the UK, they have posted all the reports and sanctions that have made data protection situation and the actions that have been taken and the interpretation of the law that led to particular action. But until we start getting the reports, as they mentioned, from the cybercrime's perspective, and as the data protection law kicks in on December 1st, and you start getting those reports and some of those things in public, we'll be able to craft scenarios from those that can be great as teaching aids, in terms of helping persons to respond and to devise solutions to minimize things like that happening.
So, Andrew, I just have a comment here that Opal Brown online from Lower Buxton All Age made everyone here. The team needs to compile a manual with the basic information. So I know yesterday, I think Chuck, you said you volunteered design privacy and Georgia, someone to say, and Georgia's company in association with UTech to come up with such things. So thank you very much, Opal. That was actually suggested. Camille Michael Patterson, yes, a heightened level of awareness. Pre and in-service teachers should be more exposed to cybersecurity. Same person said each school safety team can use the manual to develop. Each safety team can develop an internal school policy or charter. Yeah, I think those are the comments that I'm reading from online. So thank you very much for your comments for the folks on Zoom.
Through you, Chair. Just sitting on this thing, I think also my stuff. You're kind of also reiterating what I was trying to say, because just add this stuff to what is already there. So I guess you're saying, what's the term you use? Strengthen. Right. Because the curriculum already there. It's just there are some things missing from the curriculum that we add. But just to say this, thinking about it, reflecting on all that. We have a data protection legislation, and we have a regulator, we have an information commissioner, which amounts to somebody who functions like what we like to call a czar. This is the person that is going to be responsible for enforcement and education. But what became painfully obvious is that we did not have a cybersecurity. And without somebody leading the charge at a national level, there is the desired focus to create the programs, do the sustainable public education, go and talk to the schools, go and talk to the stakeholders and so on, to galvanize everybody around the effort to get this stuff to where it needs to. So is something, and again, sure, in the policy, but that individual is key, to getting and managing that fraud, at a national level and down to the level of the schools and so on.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Online, Arlene Morgan asked a question: will there be a special section of the law to deal with children? They often post inappropriate things about each other.
So if I remember well, and I stand to be corrected by my colleague here, the discussion in the committee was that children are already protected in other pieces of legislation. So for example, the Pornography Act, the Child Care and Protection Act, and the Education Act already protects children as it relates to all areas that were discussed here in the Cyber Crimes Act. So they are already protected. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. When it comes on to matters relating to children, they are dealt with in other pieces of legislation. I'm going to, while you continue, I'll find a specific thing that we said about cyberbullying, because it's here covered as a specific area.
I recall the Ministry of Education in their submission had made, and they used the Ghanaian legislation as a starting block. What the technical team said is that, this particular area is already in other legislation that can override. So there was no need to infuse it in this legislation. Because one of the things about legislation is that there are legislations that are dependent on another piece of legislation. So rather than infuse the aspect of it in one, there's another legislation that would carry the weight.
So therefore then.
Specific.
Go ahead.
So it was pointed out by stakeholders that there appears to be a gap in the Act, and also in the Child Pornography Act of 2009, because they did not address the issue of cyberbullying. So what the Legal Reform Department said is that Section 9 of the Cyber Crimes Act, the one that we love to talk about, covers that because it covers psychological harm. And it also said, given that cyberbullying takes place among school children, suggestion is that the ministry with responsibility for the consider making them men with disciplinary remedy to address the injury, because their children is not just punishing them, it is also looking at how do we help them to not do this again, and it will be done through the education, which is up for review.
Quickly, we were speaking about longevity, and we are focusing on the education sector. So I was wondering, was any consideration given in involving teacher education institutions? How do we see that further on? Because there needs to be longevity. So how do we get teacher colleges involved in maybe training more persons and training teachers? Not a full course, but one term course maybe near the end of teaching practice. Did that come up in the deliberations, and what were the recommendations?
No, that didn't come up in the deliberations because the joint select committee was specifically to review the current piece of legislation. But I think your suggestion is very good. I like it. And once the opportunity comes for us to make recommendations to the policymakers, this is definitely one that myself and Senator Gill can put forward, because I think it's a really, really good, and it feeds into the earlier discussion this morning where the suggestion was made that teachers be asked to do continual learning through online courses, and this being one of the online courses, that feeds into different things for their moving forward within the profession. So it's a really good suggestion.
One of the things about You know, whilst the Joint Select Committee is dealing with a particular legislation, one of the things we tend to often do during those deliberations, recommendations might come up that not necessarily is going to be infused in the legislation, but it's an important recommendation. And the report would normally covers this, so that when the policymakers see the report, they see the identifiable action coming out of the deliberation. The report suggested this, the report recommended this, so that it is somewhere on the record that these recommendations were.
Well, that I think brings us to a solid close. I did. So let me throw something else in there. Why are you doing that? Sorry, I thought about it. No, I did ask for what other organizations should be involved. But because I heard it for the second or third time a while ago, I'm gonna also ask. What other legislator, pieces of legislation should be also be considered? If we're gonna draw a mind map of sorts, let's say the DPA, the cybersecurity, what else should be put on a map? I mean, and I don't need to quote all that now, but you mentioned education, you mentioned childcare, you go over the two. So I think we'll have to be here, but I think at some point in time, it's in that report. Is that report accessible to the public? But I don't do that and to create a mind map around that and have a discussion with it. So let's just go on to the last question. Yeah.
I think from the Access to Information Act would come into play, and I think also election transaction act. Somewhere there. But in terms of the stakeholders that would be involved, it is, you know, you have to pull stakeholders from all groups and children have to be involved, the teachers have to be involved, the parents have to be involved on the education perspective, and other staff members. From the perspective of society in general, obviously the technocrats, those in the private sector, would also have to be involved, which means that I myself, as a professional in this space and a company that I represent, also have to be a stakeholder in that and pass on the job.
So I would only add the Broadcasting Commission, they have demonstrated their interest in this case, and the Media Association.
So I don't want to appear prejudicial, but the JTA as a trade union representing educators must be involved, advocacy group. The PSOJ, because the PSOJ bring money to the table and this need resources. And then now you cannot in this scenario leave out the parents. Sometimes we often leave the parents out of this, but the parents having a seat at the table is the parenting commission is very important. And then we add the technical experts like Chris, and Trevor, Andrew, and Chuck will chuck himself in there. Yes.
There are a group of educators that are often overlooked. The Association of Homeschoolers. It's a large enough group here in Jamaica, and large or small, they should be included because they're often forgotten. And there's a parenting commission, but there's also the Association of PTs, which is very important for to get the parents involved in the process as well, along with the homeschoolers.
If you're putting people to represent, bring people who can make decisions.
Yes, for sure.
And then one other group that we have not spoken about much is the Student Councils Association and the Guild Associations at the university level. It's very important that we include the young people in the activity and the students with disability. It's important that we include them as well because they may bring a perspective that is overlooked by those of us who are not facing the disabilities. So I think we should include those.
No, what they said, I was gonna add. You have to overlook, bear in mind, disabilities. Bear in mind, in my research, there was special mention made of kids with autism. Then we look at them. If they have a disability, but autism is necessary and disability. Because autistic kids have some skill set that's playing very well in this space. So, yeah, disability groups are very important.
Thank you very much. Someone online suggested you must definitely to infuse the CRC. The CRC. I don't know what that is. Could the person online elaborate?
There's a recommendation of the audience about the private high school association.
Churches that are blown up, yeah, churches that are blown up. Yes, both of them.
When I say or stick, you know.
Are you sure?
When I attended class here, I was in tech ed. I kept hearing mention of the word joint board of education. Is the joint board be a part of this? Because it is about all the teacher education, including. Excellent. All right, I think we got the answer. Okay, all right, take one last one because we're past the time.
The national security CEDAW as a part of the group in cybercrime and international security.
Stakeholders in the international competition. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I bid farewell from our panel, and I want to say that we have a very, very illustrious panel, we have lawmakers on the panel. These are the folks that are actually sitting at the joint committee. So these are the guys that are facing the tough questions and the competition. Thank them very, very, very much for coming. Our technocrats. So Andrew Chukwuemeka, who can pronounce his name? That's how you pronounce it. Chukwuemeka, Cameron, and Trevor Forrest. Gentlemen and lady, thank you very, very much for this very, very enlightening panel. Thank you. And I hand it over to Sean and to Andrew Lee to wrap up the day. Thank you.
Yes, and let me say a special thanks to you as well, Chris, for moderating the panel. And I want to say this was a wonderful day two again. Day one was wonderful, day two is even better. So the takeaway coming at this point as we wrap up, and we need to take some pictures of the panel. So they look nice, they have suits out there. Yes, we need to take a good picture. But, I must admit that this was more than I bargained for, but it was very comprehensive. The segments, I think, went fairly well and pretty smooth and coherent with what our theme was. It means, you know, coming into tomorrow, the action plan sessions that we have a lot of homework from this evening to come back, because we're going to put all of this into an action plan document, right? All the way to the inclusion of funding for the action plan, right? That's where we're heading with this. I like to turn that Chuck, we need to codify all of this initiative that we're doing here. We need to code it properly. I'm going to put an action on the board though from UTech perspective, from where I sit in my wheelhouse, listening to all the presentations, you know. Yesterday, we provided that we're going to do 30 data protection officer training sessions, right? for 6 weeks. So we're gonna condense that 13-week curriculum that we have in a 6-week program, and already getting offers that people want to be from everywhere, getting it from everywhere. Now, listening to today's forum, this undertaking of the National Cybersecurity Awareness Program is huge. So I only want to take a small piece out of it, consistent with what Senator Gale and what Chuck and many in the audiences have been saying. I think we really should start with that, the teachers' colleges, Teaching the teachers, teaching the trainers is a very important starting point. So for me, it's a low-hanging fruit to actually invite all the teachers from the various teachers' colleges around the island into a symposium, right? Cybercrime. It's easy for me to do this now. It's a cybercrime symposium where they come in and we have a 1-week workshop exposing them as a starting point. And I'm probably proposing that that be done by the start of May 2023. Because we have to start somewhere. And I'm proposing that as a starting point. We advocate the concept of the sandbox there, but we have to start with the teachers. The clubs though, the idea that I'm getting from the clubs is that we can actually have a cybersecurity club with students. And since last year, we actually had invitations from Arizona State University who have a cybersecurity club. There's a professor there who has built out one in hardware security. So we actually had it in our books to build out a cybersecurity club for the youngsters going into the summertime, where we could actually have them play around with the technologies and so on. So we will do some of those proof of concepts within the university. So coming out of today, looking at the teachers in particular, seeing that this is still an educator forum, we want a symposium to actually expose these trainers in those teachers' colleges who teach the teachers about the cybercrime legislation and how we can filter it into their teaching and learning process to support an outcome. That's an initiative. So you can put those as marker items, right? Yes, tick items that can come off the forum, and we can measure it, right? As a part of the deliverable going forward. But I think I've said enough for day 2. Give Andrew, who has the benefit of wrapping up today's proceeding, and as I look forward to seeing you again for tomorrow, Wednesday, when we build out the action plan and going into the funding of the action plan as a part of that. And you don't want to miss that either, all right? Very important. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sean, and good afternoon again, everyone. 2 key words we're looking at: awareness and education. As I sat there and listened to everybody, I think what is kind of missing is the ownership. Who's going to own this and who's going to bring it and put it together? I think, hold on. And this is not, this as much as Prof. Sean, he's part of this, but as much as he has on each day offered something and we accepted the offer each day. I don't think that this is something that belongs from I would say a national perspective within, the UTech. That's university. Well, that's part of that's part of it. That's part of it. I believe that e-learning can play a significant role in this, and I say this with all sincerity because there's a structure. A lot of people don't know that e-learning has a structure that is aligned with the Ministry of Education to a large extent. We have officers that are assigned to each region, etc., etc. Now, we are also responsible largely for infusing technology in the education sector. We have a close working relationship with the Jamaica Teachers Association. Dr. Nicely, who is chairman or general secretary of the Jamaica Teachers Association, sits on our board. Our chairman, Metro Siaga, is the president of the PSOJ, and we heard about the technical committee chaired by Chris, and Trevor is a part of that. And I'm saying all of this to say that, not because I lead e-learning at the moment, it can be somebody else tomorrow, but I think it fits neatly into e-learning. And I think as a consequence of that, I listed all the
Most important recording of
No, I'm being really serious about this. And as I said, it doesn't matter who leads, but it's really the fact that it fits neatly into what e-learning does. And in fact, before I joined, I understand that a lot of training took place. E-learning, did a lot of training. Chris was a chairman for many years. And, I say that, I say this to say that, and Trevor too. I say this to say that both Chris and Trevor did excellent work. And when I just joined, Chris was still the chairman until Mr. Siaga took over. Now, in terms of engaging all the parties that we spoke about the PSOJ. We know, how we can manage there. We spoke about the National Parenting Commission, again, as part of the Ministry of Education, the PTA, the association, the JTA, we have a solid relationship with them as well. And there are others that are listed here that we need to engage. And engagement doesn't mean that we're going to bring everybody together in a room and we have another session like this. It means that you're going to engage them, sometimes individually. So for example, MOCA, as we mentioned, might have a specific role in this. The Early Childhood Commission, or those dealing with children with autism, will have a specific role, and you're going to engage those at different times. So we're not going to necessarily, and that's not my style, and I don't encourage it, to try to bring a whole, but you're going to know who are the people, and you're going to engage them at different points so you can get something going on the road. We have started this awareness campaign, thanks to Sean for facilitating this to a large extent and for getting the panelists together. And this is a train that has started and it's going to continue. And I'm happy to be part of it and to be very supportive of it. I want to end there.
Tomorrow. Well, this is a little bit about tomorrow. Tomorrow is action plan. So tomorrow when we come, we will have the panel that discusses the action plan, the outlines for the action plan, and then the implementation of the items that will be a part of the action plan. So that will be a full day because a lot of the answers about funding needs to still be accounted for as a part of that conversation. So thank you again for a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you. Can we take some quick pictures with the panel before we go to the chair?
The main camera, three camera, that way. Okay, good, gotcha. All right, next camera now, this one. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, good. That one up there, red one now. Good, ready? Good, down. Ready? All right. Good, ready? So, next slide. When first people start out, the camera, hold on, who's camera? This one, that's it. I'm funny, I'm doing that. Laugh, what's up, laugh. Somebody say you that?
Recording stopped.
Actually, you went to the test.